Qin Xiang wore the blood-red mask and turned his head. He glanced at the immortal king and only sneered. Qin Xiang wore the blood-red mask and turned his head. He glanced at the immortal king and only sneered. When the immortal king saw that the person in front of him was actually wearing a red mask, he immediately understood many things. "It's you." The immortal king had heard the reports about the attacks on the divine weapon's heavenly country, so he quickly realized that the ghost-killing king was just an internal attack. The purple, profound, holy mountain was destroyed after being frozen, and the island was the same. Just when the immortal king understood many things, a violent roar came from behind him. The volcano erupted, and the commotion was extremely shocking. It actually produced such a roar. The moment the island erupted, it was also vaporized by the intense heat. Who the hell are you? From the beginning till the end, their fire divine palace had been tricked by this person. He was secretly cursing that ghost-killing school, and if it wasn't for the fact that ghost-killing school liked to wear masks and have such lousy rules, he wouldn't have allowed such a person to sneak in. This person was also very powerful. After being ruthlessly slapped by him, he actually didn't die. Instead, he even destroyed that island and was still able to run so fast. The only thing he was sure of was that this person couldn't beat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away now. "You have been chasing me the entire time. Aren't you afraid that I will use the profound Han poison again?" Qin Xiang finally spoke. "You can't kill me. If you have the guts, then use the profound Han poison to deal with me right now. This time, I'll definitely kill you myself. You should not have destroyed that island. Because of this, you revealed your ident. One, Tai and you, who uses the profound Han poison, joined forces with the Chun Martial Continent. If I were to tell anyone that Chun Martial Continent would definitely attract more enemies. The strong forces of the humans in the Fire Divine Palace. Even if they did not resist the invasion of the demons, they should not have teamed up with the demons, and even more so, should not attack the Chun Martial Continent, the forces specializing in dealing with demons. You should not go and take a look. How many people hate your Fire Divine Palace to the bone? Who would believe your words? Fire Divine Palace had always been the most active in defeating demons. Now the Chun Martial Continent was trying to prevent them from getting annihilated by Fire Divine Palace. He had no choice but to retract the power to suppress demons to protect himself. Therefore, right now Fire Divine Palace's reputation was extremely bad, and there were already a lot of people who had received favors from Chun Martial Continent gathered in Chun Martial Continent, preparing to deal with Fire Divine Palace. If the news of your island being destroyed spread out, a majority of the people would cheer. Your Fire Divine Palace has committed too many sins and is not welcomed with Dtian. And even more so, I won't let your Fire Divine Palace dominate Dtian. Qin Xiang's voice was very powerful and filled with determination. With your dog-like power, you want to destroy Fire Divine Palace? There are 3 immortal kings in Fire Divine Palace. Sooner or later, your Chun Martial Continent will be destroyed by us, so sooner or later, Dtian will be ours. The immortal king sneered. Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. There were actually 3 immortal kings in the Fire Divine Palace, other than the one chasing after him and the Hall Master. There was actually one more. This made him break out in a cold sweat. What? Scared? Stop your pointless struggle and accept your death. Taking the risk of the profound Han poison spreading throughout his body, this immortal king used a portion of his power to resist the evil poison, causing his own speed to increase. He instantly appeared behind Qin Xiang's back and smashed his palm towards the area of Qin Xiang's dantian. The chance has come. Qin Xiang was waiting for this exact moment, and his reaction was also very fast. He flipped in the air, avoiding this powerful palm strike. Let's see how long you can block for. The immortal king slapped his palm towards Qin Xiang again with lightning speed, his strength increasing. Qin Xiang shouted, and also threw out a palm attack towards the immortal king. The 2 palms fiercely struck together, and Qin Xiang's arm let out a series of crisp sounds. All of his bones were broken, and his entire arm was bleeding. You overestimate yourself. The immortal king smirked. In his eyes, Qin Xiang was too weak to withstand a single blow. Humph! Although one of Qin Xiang's arms was injured, there were no major internal injuries on his body. At this moment, he actually laughed, was even more pleased and happy than the immortal king. Just as the immortal king felt puzzled, his expression suddenly changed. It became incomparably ugly and filled with fear. He discovered that there were 2 more poisons inside his body. He swallowed his saliva because he had already determined what kind of poison these 2 poisons were. Magical corruption gas and drunk G. Oh, demagical poison were 2 kinds of super old poison, and both of them were stronger than profound Han poison. These 2 poisons were not able to control fire like profound Han poison, and the poison properties of these 2 poisons were very strange, so the rate of their spread was also very fast. The muscles on the face of the immortal king twitched. It was already gradually turning black. His entire body was becoming weak and weak. This was the effect of the drunk G. Oh, demagical poison's poison. The energy in his body was being numbed. You will die a horrible death. The immortal king said malevolently. Ha! The one who should be dead in a bad way is you. You have 3 super old poison in your body, so you will definitely die in a horrible way, but you should be happy about this, because there are very few people who can die under these 3 super old poison. Qin Xiang laughed out loud, then took out a black hammer. Seeing his hammer, the immortal king's face changed. He knew that profound, cold, ancient realm had destroyed the ice palace, and that Ice Emperor had suddenly revived and partook. 1. P aided in the battle, but was killed in the end by a person holding a black hammer. You were the one who killed the Ice Emperor. The immortal king's forehead was dripping with sweat. That's right. You were able to die in my hands like the Ice Emperor. You should be proud of yourself now. Qin Xiang struck his hammer forward. With the energy of his body of heavenly sage and dragon power, the punch caused the air to crumble and fall down ruthlessly from the air above the immortal king's head. The moment the hammer landed, the strong pressure released tore apart the immortal king's body. At the same time, a strong wave of heaven fire surged out and burnt that Oduwai object to ashes. There are 2 more. This fire divine palace is so powerful, they have sent 3 immortal kings. I wonder how many immortal kings they have in the heaven realm. Qin Xiang looked at the delay hammer in his hand and sighed. When the sacred fire mountain was destroyed, the immortal king, immortal monarch, and the experts sent by the alliance all died. This news quickly spread to the whole of Tian, making many people happy. Qin Xiang was currently hiding in a cave refining drunk geode powder, and had already used all of his drunk geode powder to deal with the young immortal king. If not for that, he simply did not have enough poison to numb the immortal king. Qin Xiang was currently hiding in a cave refining drunk D powder, and had already used all of his drunk D powder to deal with the young immortal king. If not for that, he simply did not have enough poison to numb the immortal king. That was really dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the profound Han poison in his body, the 2 kinds of poison I used wouldn't have been able to deal with him. It's really dangerous. I won't be able to deal with the immortal king in this way anymore. If the immortal king that died before didn't have profound Han poison S in his body, he wouldn't have become so weak. He only used 2 kinds of strange poisons. Even if the poison in his opponent's body was deep, the other party wouldn't have died immediately. Furthermore, he also didn't have the power to escape, or perhaps it would have lost his life just by counterattacking before his death. That's right, you are just lucky. The immortal king is much stronger than you can imagine, and only 2 types of strange poisons are unable to kill them. In the future, even if you meet a mortal monarch, you cannot do this. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang had already used up all his profound Han poison, and he did not know where he should go to find them. Right now, he only had magical corruption gas and drunk demagical poison on him, but they were not enough to deal with immortal kings. especially those kind of old immortal kings. The drunk G, oh, Deflower S required Chen Xiang to copy for them personally, so Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not have a devil-suppressing golden body like him. Usually, he would remind Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to leave these poisonous flowers to them as they were too weak. After he used the creation divine liquid to copy some of the drunk G, oh, Deflower, he immediately took out the Yanlong furnace and refined it into a type of powder. After he refined the drunk G, oh, Deflower, the poison was even stronger. This profound ice city was built by the Fire Divine Palace. He had to pay attention to the movements of the Immortal King. If the Immortal King took action, the plan to attack the Chun Martial continent would continue, and that was what he was worried about the most, because facing two Immortal Kings at the moment, the Chun Martial continent had no chance of winning, unless he could get the White Tiger out. During the 9 years he had been sealed, the White Tiger hadn't come to save him, so he knew that the White Tiger must have some reason. At this moment, he didn't go find the White Tiger, unless he was forced into a corner. Chen Xiang guessed that the 3 Immortal Kings in the Fire Divine Palace had all taken different paths. Maybe the 3 Immortal Kings had always been at odds with each other, and their opinions could not be unified. If not, the Fire Divine Palace would not be plotted against by Chen Xiang time and time again in these years. The 10-year deadline hasn't arrived. Back then, that old fellow said that as long as time was up, he would attack Chen Martial continent, and the young Immortal King probably planned to do the same. But the power that was led by that young Immortal King has already been eliminated by you. Now, only the Hall Master and the mysterious Immortal King has appeared. Long Shui said, I still have some time. I need to use this time to quickly raise my strength, and I don't know about Xianxian's and Yulan's current strength. When the time comes, if these 2 Immortal Kings join hands and attack Chen Martial continent, it would definitely be a great danger. If Chen Xiang wanted to quickly raise his cultivation, he could only listen to the method of consuming pills. Previously, it was already very difficult for him to step into the Nirvana tribulation. But now, to enter the 8th tribulation, it could be said that the difficulty was more than 10 times higher than before. Although he could extract the energy from the profound Bing, that method would not last long. I need to refine a real heaven-level pellet and use the heaven level's medicinal ingredients. This was the only path that Chen Xiang could take. As long as he could refine heaven-level pills, it would mean that he would be able to refine a large amount. At that time, not only him could get promoted, his friends and the people around him would also benefit greatly. Right now, ground-level pills were not very helpful to the Nirvana tribulation experts. If they had to rely on ground-level pills to treat their injuries, it would be pretty good, but to raise their strength, they would need a lot of time and resources. If there was a heaven-level pill, it would be different as well. Right now, you need a certain amount of time to concoct a heaven-level pill, but I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to do so in a short period of time. Right now, you can't even concoct many types of high-grade ground-level pills. Su Meiyao said, if Chen Xiang was able to refine a low-grade heaven-level pellet in this short amount of time, it would mean that Chen Xiang would ascend at a rapid pace in the next few years. With the help of a large number of low-grade heaven-level pellets, the speed of his growth would definitely be extremely terrifying. I can now skillfully refine Relive Dan-S. I have already mastered the high-grade ground-level pills pretty well. Moreover, I have rich experience in refining super pills. I feel that I can refine low-grade heaven-level Hunyuan Dan-S within a short period of time. Chun Xiang said, back then, when he was gambling in the sacred Dan city, he won a portion of the Hunyuan Dan's medicinal ingredients. Su Meiyao sighed, then let's give it a try. I also hope that you can improve more in the area of pill refining, but from the looks of it, the time you have spent in the Tao of Alchemy, the requirements for you are too high, although your talent is outstanding. But don't force yourself. After all, it is better to be stable and steady. In the past, she would probably be more selfish. In order to help herself recover faster, she would force Chen Xiang to level up faster, but it was different now. Instead, she was worried that Chen Xiang had leveled up too fast, so she would leave behind some flaws that she wouldn't be able to fix in the future. At the same time, he also cultivated the divine way, condensed the divine soul, and entered the realm of perfection. He had strong mental strength, and the heaven-earth killing method he cultivated was also the ancestor of many powerful divine arts. Heaven-level pill, I'm here. Chen Xiang took out some medicinal ingredients for the high-rank ground-level pellet, the 9 quenching body danes, and the 5 elements profound danes. These 2 pellets used to be high-quality pellets that he thirsted for very much, but now they were unable to satisfy him. Su Meiyao said, "Right now, these 2 pills are only used as a springboard for you. As long as you refine these 2 pills, you will have even more experience, because the ingredients for these 2 pills are extremely difficult to process. But even if you can refine them, there is still a long way to go before you can refine heaven-level pills." As long as he could concoct a heaven-level pill, he would be a Dan King. It sounded like there would be a very strong reputation behind it, but Chen Xiang knew that this kind of Dan King would not be much of a big deal as compared to those immortal kings, who were simply trash. They would still be able to be killed. As long as he could concoct a heaven-level pill, he would be a Dan King. It sounded like there would be a very strong reputation behind it, but Chen Xiang knew that this kind of Dan King would not be much of a big deal as compared to those immortal kings, who were simply trash. They would still be able to be killed. However, in the face of an immortal king, he was still too weak. If he could become a pill saint, he would be able to look down on the entire heaven realm, and would even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the powerful forces of the heaven realm. The heaven-level pill has only just begun. Once he calmed down, he began to refine the 9 quenching body dan. This was a type of pellet that strengthened the body, but it was of no use to Chen Xiang's current body of heavenly sage. It could at most help to dispel the fatigue in his body. Right now, he was inside the profound ice city, but he was hiding very secretly. Here, he could let Long Shuai better monitor the Fire Divine Palace's palace master, and he would immediately know the moment the hall master makes any movements. Within 3 months, Chen Xiang had already learned how to refine 9 quenching body danes and 5 elements profound danes, but he did not immediately refine the Hunyuan danes for the low-grade heaven-level pellet. With his current alchemy level, refining Hunyuan danes was still far from enough. Even though the upper and lower heaven level S were only at the same level, there was a huge gap between them that was difficult to cross. For example, right now he only needed to be at least at the 10th level of the foreseeing alchemy to concoct high-quality pills. But in order to refine low-quality pills, he would need to refine at least 100 of them or even more. If I were to refine a low-grade heaven level's Hunyuan Dan, it would probably take me 120 stages, and it would take me several months to refine a batch. Su Meiyao said. This was also the reason why Su Meiyao previously said that Chen Xiang was unable to cross over to the heaven-level pellet in a short period of time. It was because such a huge difference in strength was something that would take a very long time to shorten and a large amount of time to raise one's foreseeing alchemy. Chen Xiang used several methods to refine a Hunyuan Dan, but none of them were complete because his level of foreseeing alchemy was not high enough and was unable to predict the change in quality of the medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, when the medicinal ingredients were being burned, there were too many types of changes, and it was difficult to make up for it with the experience of failure. The moment he thought about controlling over 100 foreseeing alchemy, and about making prediction errors, correcting them in time, and training from the moment he corrected them, Chen Xiang's head started to hurt. And during the condensing of the pellet, the kind of correction error and frequent adjustments during tempering was even more so, causing his head to hurt. My flames are definitely enough, even though I don't have the heaven's flame like Li Baojun. Chen Xiang thought that he had enough flames. He did not have any heaven flames, but heaven fire soul was no pushover. He already had the most basic requirements to refine a heaven-level pellet. Foreseeing alchemy needs a long time to be grasped. If not, those immortal kings would not be so old. Otherwise, Den Immortal and Pill Saints would not be so rare. It is already not easy for you to be able to master a high-grade ground-level pill in such a short period of time. You can be considered a genius alchemist who has lived for so many years. Su Meiyao consoled Qinxiang. She was also an alchemist and had a deep understanding of the Tao of alchemy. She had walked this path step by step over the years. According to what you said, I would need 2,000 to 3,000 years to refine a low-grade heaven-level pellet. Qinxiang clenched his fists. The pellet that you and Sister Yu need is a holy level pellet. If I want to refine it, I would need to wait even longer. How can you and Sister Yu wait that long? We are happy that you can think of us. It's been a while, but you are my hope. We are full of confidence in you. The longer it is, the longer it takes. Bai Yuyu's voice became gentle. This encouragement gave Qinxiang a lot of strength. This won't do. I must hurry up and let you see the sky from a new place. Step onto this land from a new place and stand at the peak of the strong. The reason I have my current achievements is all because I have met you. Thinking about the two girls still having to stay inside the ring for a very long time, Qinxiang's heart inexplicably ached. If there was no other choice, no one would stay in that virtual SPAC and spend all day with some flowers and plants. It was such a lonely thing. Who wouldn't want to swim arrogantly in the vast world? To these two former experts, this was an extremely cruel matter. It was like a bird had its wings cut off, and a fish could not stay in the water. Su Meiyao said faintly, "There is no other way. This is the rule of the way of pills. When we initially placed our hopes on you, we made preparations that we could wait, and you never let us down." Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could deeply feel Qinxiang's strong emotions at the moment, but they could not rush such things. He needed a footprint to walk out, and he needed countless of time to build it up. As long as it's a rule, it was made by humans. Rules are originally meant to be broken. I feel that along the way, I've broken many rules and established my own. Qinxiang took a deep breath and thought back to his experiences, suddenly feeling proud of himself. Heavenly alchemy, let me experience the true power of you. Many profound techniques surfaced in Qinxiang's mind. He looked carefully at these profound pill techniques with thirst and spent a lot of effort to understand them, because this heavenly alchemy was a heavenly book. He understood the words inside, but after combining them into one sentence, it became extremely profound. Seeing Qinxiang become so serious and determined, Su Meiyao felt extremely gratified. Bai Yuyu sighed lightly. Qinxiang just sat there and tried to comprehend the heavenly alchemy. The previous Dawan refining method and earth swallowing technique were relatively easy, and he even had the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's explanation, but the rest were gone. The 10 Heavens Supreme Lord also could not understand some profound techniques. In these past few days, he did not return to the dragon subduing school, nor did he go there. This caused Xue Xianxian and the others to be extremely worried for him, and thought that he had gone missing again. This was also the time when the Fire Divine Palace was the most likely to attack the Chun Martial Continent. So that's how it is. I finally understand it now. I can try this method. Qinxiang, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly blinked his eyes. His face was full of excitement. What technique is this? Long Xue anxiously asked. In the past few days, she had called out to Qinxiang many times, but Qinxiang did not answer her. Qinxiang smiled slightly. Depurification. This may let me say my goodbyes to the foreseeing alchemy's refining methods. The God purification that Qinxiang had mentioned at this time made Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu extremely curious. They knew that Qinxiang had spent a lot of effort to find this heavenly alchemy. The God purification that Qinxiang had mentioned at this time made Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu extremely curious. They knew that Qinxiang had spent a lot of effort to find this heavenly alchemy. What is this depurification like? Is it inside the heavenly alchemy? Long Xue anxiously asked. Originally, there was no Dawan refining method in the heavenly alchemy, nor was there the earth-swallowing art. That was created by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord himself through comprehending the heavenly alchemy, which was why I was able to easily master it, and now I need to rely entirely on myself to study this heavenly book and create my own way of refining pills. I finally understand why the white tiger said that this heavenly alchemy was stronger than the heaven-earth killing method. Chun Xiang clenched his fists in excitement. He could tell that he found something Astonies. Plussing from the heavenly alchemy. Why do you understand? Long Xue's heart itched. She only asked Chen Xiang a few questions, but didn't get a definite answer. I feel that the heavenly alchemy is a true heavenly book. It contains all kinds of heavenly mystery and the laws of nature's way of operating. As long as one can understand this book, one will be able to see through the world. Heavenly alchemy is not able to refine the heavens. It is not able to refine everything, but to refine the heavens. Chen Xiang also felt that what he had said was too whimsical, but he had indeed seen a lot of vague things from the heavenly alchemy, which made him feel that the heavenly alchemy was becoming more and more extraordinary. Then you must really be careful. Maybe the 10 heavens supreme Lord perished because he saw something that he shouldn't have seen through the heavenly alchemy. Su Meiyao anxiously warned Chen Xiang. She was worried that Chen Xiang would bring about that kind of heavenly calamity. How powerful was the 10 heavens supreme Lord? Under that natural disaster, they could only bear with it. I know. Chen Xiang took out a black fruit that was covered in golden markings. This black fruit was a Hunyuan fruit. The golden markings on it was flickering, and each time it flickered, people would be able to feel the dense energy it contained. These spirit fruits had been formed after many years of nurturing by the heaven and earth. It could be said that some spirit trees had formed crystals that contained strange powers. After being refined through alchemy, these powers could become even stronger and could be of great help to humans. Flames suddenly emerged from Chen Xiang's palm, and he immediately burned the Hunyuan fruit in his palm. The main ingredient used to refine Hunyuan Dan was not only the Hunyuan fruit, but also 2 other very stubborn-looking medicines. What are you doing? Long Xue saw Chen Xiang burn the Hunyuan fruit just like that and felt his heart ache. Because if the Hunyuan fruit was burned too much, it would explode and the power inside would quickly dissipate into the heaven and earth. I'm concocting pills. Chen Xiang's eyes flickered with flames as he gazed at the Hunyuan fruit in his hand. I've never seen someone concoct pills with their hands before. If you are going to waste this Hunyuan fruit, how nice would it be for me to eat it? Long Xue pouted. Although she was inside the ring, it did not mean that she could eat as much as she wanted. Although she was hungry, she still listened to Su Meiyao and Bai Yu's words. Chen Xiang said, My depurification is to use my powerful divine power to infect this fruit and make the spirit inside the spirit fruit submit to my divine power. Before, when I was refining the Qi Shen Dan, those medicinal ingredients were friendly with me, and those kind of medicinal ingredients are more docile, so they were able to establish a connection with my divine soul. However, the vast majority of spiritual medicines are hastily hostile towards humans, and it's difficult to dispel this hostility, so this is the only way. Previously, when Chen Xiang was refining the Qi Shindan, he had thought of this idea. When he was refining the pills in the future, he would communicate with the spirit inside the medicinal ingredients and enter the interior of the medicinal ingredients. After he went to study the heavenly alchemy, he was able to decipher some of the more obscure sentences. He knew that many spiritual medicines were born to be natural enemies with humans, and that this was how they were created. All things have a spirit, but the spirits in the world are all hostile, which is why there are so many different types of things in the world. There are many different kinds of strange plants and animals, as well as many different kinds of special ores. And if these spirits are not hostile, then it is very easy for them to be compatible with each other. In the end, there is only one kind of existence, and in the case of a spirit being hostile, in order not to be devoured by the other, it would evolve itself. There's another explanation for my depurification, and that is that this medicinal plant is in my hands, and I am its god. If I ask him to surrender, he will have to surrender. The stubbornness of medicinal herbs is a headache for every alchemist. If there was the slightest mistake in the refining process, the medicinal herbs would be destroyed, allowing the fusion of multiple types of medicinal herbs. If there was the slightest mistake, the furnace would explode. Why does it sound so mysterious? Long Shui kept staring at the Hunyuan fruit. It was a lower heaven-level fruit, and it tasted good. She had only eaten some before, but every time she finished eating, it would have no effect, so Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not allow her to eat more. Qin Xiang had used his palm to refine the Hunyuan fruit for 3 days and 3 nights like this. He had not only burned it, he had also focused his mind and used his strong D power to burn the spirit inside the spirit fruit in a unique way, burning the mind and body of the Hunyuan fruit. Finally, the Hunyuan fruit moved, and the seemingly dy fruit glowed, and the fruit was slowly dissipating, looking like it was turning into a powder. It was also at this time that Qin Xiang suddenly felt a slight pain in his head. He, who was originally a little agitated, had now turned pale, and the Hunyuan fruit that was burning on his palm had turned into a burst of golden light and disappeared. I got a backlash. Although I didn't succeed, it still proves that this method is feasible. I can quickly refine a low-grade heaven-level pill. Qin Xiang's pale face flushed red from excitement. Su Meiyao didn't understand his method in the slightest, because she had never studied the heavenly alchemy before. She was unable to understand Qin Xiang's peculiar thought process, but she was extremely supportive of it because she had personally witnessed Qin Xiang repeatedly breaking the rules and making her own. What a waste, what a pity. This Hunyuan fruit's taste is pretty good. Many spirit fruits do not have this kind of taste, sweet and sour. Biting it feels great. Long Shui sighed. Only your dragon mouth can bite out this kind of feeling. Even if an ordinary person were to bite their teeth to pieces, it would still be difficult to bite off a piece of skin. Qin Xiang said, "Is there still time? Aren't you going to go back and take a look?" Su Meiyao could tell that Qin Xiang already had an idea in the area of refining heaven-level pills, but he didn't know how he was going to achieve his goal. "Is there still time? Aren't you going to go back and take a look?" Su Meiyao could tell that Qin Xiang already had an idea in the area of refining heaven-level pills, but he didn't know how he was going to achieve his goal. With the little naughty dragon staring at the Hall Master, as long as the Hall Master doesn't take action, I do not need to worry. Qin Xiang took out a piece of root. This was one of the main ingredients to refine Hunyuan fruit S, the root of the Hunyuan fruit tree. Su Meiyao sighed. She knew that he was the type of person who was immersed in refining pills. Everything else would be difficult to disturb, and she had the same experience in the past. She would be indifferent to anything. Fire Divine Palace has another immortal king. You should be aware of this point. Don't just focus on this Hall Master. Su Meiyao warned him. She did not want Qin Xiang to delay matters. Although Qin Xiang's strength was greatly different from the immortal king's, only Qin Xiang had a way to deal with the immortal king. Qin Xiang thought the immortal king who was hidden was a big problem. The immortal king acted on his own accord, and the immortal king acted on his own, so he acted on his own and ended up like that. The palace lord did not want the hidden immortal king to be destroyed like that, and the experts of the Fire Divine Palace were few as well, so it was not a good thing for the palace lord. From this, he was able to obtain the latest news from the Chun Martial Continent. The ones in charge of gathering information in the Dragon Subduing School were Lan Lan and Yan Yanran, and as such, the people in charge of various parts of the Ditian city were left behind secret signals for him. Only after he was done with these matters would Qin Xiang be able to refine the pellets with ease. He had to hurry up and refine the heaven-level pellet so that he could get past the 8 nirvana tribulations, and at the same time use the heaven-level pellets to recruit a group of secret disciples. Su Meiyao said, "This Hunyuan tree root is much more difficult to deal with than the Hunyuan fruit. Although the roots aren't as STU, are DY as the Hanyuan fruit, the inside was extremely complicated. When I was refining the Hanyuan Dan, most of the reasons for failure were because I was unable to control the complex changes to the roots. Sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was hot, and every time it changed, the temperature would be different. Sometimes it was very hot, and when it steamed the air, it was like a fire coal, but sometimes it was warm and comfortable. When it was cold, it could freeze a basin of water into ice, and when it was hot, it could be used to boil the water. This Hanyuan tree root is indeed a miraculous medicine. A cold and a hot one represents a yin and a yang. I have the yin and yang ji. Oh, D blood, so maybe I can control the changes happening to it. Chun Xiang opened up his palm, letting the piece of tree root rest on his palm. Then, like before, he released flames to burn the piece of tree root. He did not know what he was doing, and the root was not tasty. So Long Shui did not feel the pinch, but he did not understand the meaning behind Chun Xiang's actions. Long Shui and Su Meiyao had both asked Chun Xiang before, but Chun Xiang didn't explain it clearly to them. Just like how he treated the Hanyuan fruit before, Chun Xiang sat there without moving, staring at the burning Hanyuan tree root in his hands. It lasted longer than the previous Hanyuan fruit, and this Hanyuan tree root also changed a bit. It was originally pitch black, but now it had turned snow white. Chun Xiang's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed excitement, as if he had successfully completed something. Little scoundrel, there's an old woman looking for the Fire Divine Palace's hall master. They're outside the sealing formation right now, at the place where you were previously sealed. Long Shui suddenly transmitted to Chun Xiang, because it was an extremely urgent matter. That old lady is not weak, and from the looks of it, she should be on equal footing with the palace mistress. She should be that hidden immortal king. Chun Xiang frowned. The burning white tree root in his palm suddenly burst forth and disappeared. But he was not disappointed, because he had already grasped the first stage of creating God purification. Can I eavesdrop on their conversation? Chun Xiang asked. The appearance of the hidden immortal king was a good thing for him, because that way he could monitor the immortal king's movements. Sure, I'll pass it to you. Her perception technique was better than Chun Xiang's, allowing her to swim faster, and more stealthily. She even transmitted the appearance of the old lady into Chun Xiang's mind. The immortal king that was hidden in the Fire Divine Palace was a female, although she looked to be in her prime and was about to run out of oil. She was extremely powerful. Just by wandering around, Chun Xiang could clearly feel her oppressive aura. In order to not be discovered, Chun Xiang did not dare to go near. In terms of the divine way, he could not compare to Long Shui, but Long Shui could do it very secretly. Ji Cheongjin, what do you mean? You actually suspect that I killed your junior brother? That brat messed up my plans, but it's not enough for me to kill him myself. The hall master's voice was filled with rage as his face flushed red. Chun Xiang immediately understood that the young immortal king was the old granny's junior brother. It's actually Ji Cheongjin. She's still alive, said in an astonished voice. Both she and Bai Yuyu could hear the conversation that Long Shui had turned around to hear. And Ji Cheongjin was also furious. Other than you, I can't think of anyone else who has the strength to destroy the entire sacred fire mountain. That sacred fire mountain is an array disc made by the Tianhua Emperor, and only you know the weakness of it. If you investigate thoroughly, you will be able to know that the boy was poisoned earlier. He was struck by the profound Han poison because he made things difficult for the ghost-killing king. And after the conflict with the ghost-killing king died and a large number of people were poisoned. Your subordinates should have informed you about it, right? And Ji Cheongjin's wrinkled old face twitched, and he said coldly, so that's why you were lucky enough to destroy the formation disk, caused the core volcano to erupt, and destroy the entire sacred fire mountain. Right now, there is no proof of your death, so whatever you say is reasonable, but you must take responsibility for this matter. If you don't want to attack Qin Martial Continent, you don't have to. But you have to hand over your men to me. Wang Cheongjin suddenly took out a fire-red order badge. Looking at the images that Long Shui had sent over, it was extremely dazzling. Fine, go and attack Qin Martial Continent. Since you want to court death, I won't stop you. Don't think of Qin Martial Continent as so simple. The head of the palace coldly snorted, then walked into a small residence and continued to guard the ceiling formation. That Wang Cheongjin had left, and even brought along a large group of strong individuals with him from the profound Ice City. These were the people that the Hall Master could command, and could also be considered a part of the strong forces in the Fire Divine Palace. Where did they go? Qin Xiang immediately moved, following the person Wang Cheongjin brought away. The Hall Master was no longer worth of monitoring. He was only curious what the Hall Master was afraid of, and actually did not dare to attack the Qin Martial Continent anymore. She went to a place in the Devil Realm. It seems like she has been hiding in the Devil Realm the entire time. Let's go. I'll tell you what city they teleported to. After Long Shui finished speaking, he asked again, Sister Mei Yao, do you recognize that Wang Cheongjin? Back then, she was also a great beauty in the demon world, with countless pursuers. Her master was a strong sky demon, and was as powerful as our master, ruthless Devil Venerable. However, in the end, she went to the 9 Heaven Devil Palace and did not come back. I didn't expect her to have a junior brother. I heard that she's fallen in love with her junior brother. Is he the guy you killed? That's great. Su Meiyao suddenly giggled, laughing extremely happily. I don't know what happened to make her become so old. Back then she cared a lot about her looks, because I heard that your Miss Yu was prettier than her. So she chased after her for a few hundred years, and in the end, even involved me. At that time, she was taught a lesson by my junior and junior sisters, and in the end provoked the masters of my 2 families to come out and fight for her. Qin Xiang never thought that such a thing would happen between the 2 of them, and couldn't help but sigh. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. If we were to appear in front of her now, it would definitely be enough to shock her. It's just that I don't know how she managed to join the Fire Divine Palace. But the Fire Divine Palace is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Devil Realm. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. If we were to appear in front of her now, it would definitely be enough to shock her. It's just that I don't know how she managed to join the Fire Divine Palace. But the Fire Divine Palace is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Devil Realm. Bai Yu scoffed. She is just a bored person. Her talent is not bad, but in order to earn the Tea of the number 1 beauty in the Heavenly Demon Realm, she fought so many battles, killed countless women, still did not give up after provoking us and targeted my sister, and was poisoned to death by my sister in the end. She had to spend a lot of effort in order to restore her appearance. If it wasn't for such a terrible thing, she would have used her energy to cultivate, and she wouldn't be like this now. Qin Xiang was secretly surprised that Bai Ziqian was actually so vicious that he killed many people just so that he could be ranked a little closer to the top, yet he destroyed that person's face. This hatred should not be able to be dispelled. He felt that women were sometimes a lot more vicious than men, and were also a lot more bored. Little scoundrel, you have killed her little lover now. If the beauties in Heaven Realm who were chased by her were to find out, they would definitely be grateful to you. Su Meiyao chuckled. So it's like that. When the time comes, I will definitely accept their thanks with great enthusiasm. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Qin Xiang came to an older but very large city in the Devil Realm. This city was located in the center of the Devil Realm, and Qin Xiang did not know the distribution of power here. Qin Xiang had to admit that the Fire Divine Palace's overall strength could actually penetrate all the way to the Devil Realm. He suspected that the Demon Realm also had its own branch hall. The devil cultivator in the devil realm were also humans, so the cities here were not as unbearable as those established by the evil demon. Even though they were a bit old and worn out, they still made people feel comfortable. Chun Xiang decided to stay in a tavern and choose the type of courtyard he wanted. Furthermore, he needed to have an underground training room to allow him to concoct pills below and at the same time allow Long Shui to observe and eavesdrop on W and Ji Cheongjin to find out their plans to attack the Chun martial continent and the power of their attacks. There were only two main ingredients for Hunyuan Dan. Chun Xiang had already experimented on them before, and now it was finally the time to refine them. Is it really okay? No matter how I think about it, I just can't understand how the people who created the foreseeing alchemy could succeed in refining the Hunyuan Dan without using the foreseeing alchemy. There are a lot of changes in the high-grade medicinal ingredients, and it's very difficult to predict how many layers of foreseeing alchemy will be able to solve this problem. Su Meiyao said, "Sister Meiyao, you'll know when I refine it. I think that when you recover your strength in the future, you'll be able to learn this secret technique of mine." Chen Xiang was very confident in his depurification. He took out the Yanlong furnace, but only threw a large number of supplementary ingredients into the furnace to burn. It was very easy to burn the supplementary herbs. In a few moments, it would be reduced to medicinal powder and medicine aura. After taking care of the supplementary ingredients, Chen Xiang took out the Hunyuan fruit and burned it on his palm like before. It was just that this time the burning time was different from before. He used an even stronger flame this time, and he also released a barrier that covered his palm to prevent the energy from exploding out. What made Su Meiyao feel that was somewhat inconceivable was that when he used to burn spiritual medicines in the past, spiritual medicines would always release a very strong glow, and some spiritual medicines would even release colorful strong lights. Previously, when Chen Xiang used his palm to burn, the flames weren't strong enough, so it was normal for them to not emit light. But now that the flames were so strong, even the spirit medicine did not react at all. Although he could not see it, he could still feel Chen Xiang's mental exhaustion right now. He had done the same thing last time in order to not let the spirit inside the spirit herbs resist him, so that the spirit herbs could completely refine the spirit herbs. It was just that it was not easy. He had not achieved the final success the last two times, but it was possible because he had already started to refine the spirit herbs slowly. Using a raging fire to burn the Hunyuan fruit made it extremely unstable, and its reaction was extremely intense. It fiercely swayed in Chen Xiang's palm and looked as though it could explode at any time, while Chen Xiang also felt a very strong pressure at this moment. I never thought that when these invisible spirits are burned by the flames, they would become so many times stronger. Even if my divine power is so strong, I could still stubbornly resist for so long. If it wasn't for the path of cultivation, I'm afraid it would be difficult to use the depurification. No wonder the heavenly alchemy and the heavenly alchemy were placed together back then. Chen Xiang thought and continued to use his divine power to attack the stubborn spirit inside the medicine. This situation continued for more than 3 hours. Suddenly, with a boom, the Hunyuan fruit exploded and shone with a gold light. The gold mist lingered over Chen Xiang's palm. Seeing this, Su Meiyao sighed, "Let's just use our foreseeing alchemy honestly. Isn't it just spending a bit more time? Senior sister and I can afford to wait." "No need." Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. He blew a breath of air, and the gold mist above his palm flashed, and a small pile of golden powder and golden mist appeared in his palm. This! Su Meiyao was shocked, although there was only a small amount of powder, but it meant that Chen Xiang had already succeeded, and as long as he did not explode like before, he would be able to obtain more powder. The golden powder was the medicinal powder refined by the Hunyuan fruit, and the mist was the medicine aura. The traditional method of refining pills was to complete these procedures inside the furnace. But Chen Xiang did not need to rely on the furnace to complete them on his own. As an alchemist, Su Meiyao quickly understood Chen Xiang's thoughts. He knew that Chun Xiang had used some secret methods in the heavenly alchemy to first refine the herbs into medicinal powder and medicine ore outside, then throw them into the pill refining furnace and fuse everything into a pill. So that's how it is. This heavenly alchemy is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the white tiger told you to use it with caution. Su Meiyao sighed. She suddenly felt that Qin Xiang had already graduated, because in terms of alchemy, Qin Xiang had walked down an unusual path, and she was no longer able to guide him. But in a certain aspect, Qin Xiang's current achievements had already surpassed said hers. Fire is a difficult problem. With how powerful my current flames are, I should be considered one of the top experts among the majority of alchemists, but it's still so arduous. This kind of refinement method has a high requirement for fire, and it also has a high requirement for divine power. Chun Xiang placed the small amount of medicinal powder and medicine aura S into the furnace for preservation. As for the flames, it will be very difficult to raise them. However, after you have Pa S, said through the 9 nirvana tribulations and become an immortal, you should be able to try activating the fire energy that is hidden in your body. It should be able to allow your fire soul to reach a higher level. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang had more and more hidden flames within his body. The previous heaven's fire seed, as well as the earth's mind crystal, would allow him to completely unleash these hidden flames if he needed it, allowing him to nurture an even stronger fire soul. However, he was worried that his body would not be able to endure the powerful fire soul. Currently, Chun Xiang's breakthrough was not just limited to allowing him to refine heaven-level pills, but also allowed him to open up a unique method of refining pills. It was possible that he did not do such a thing in the last 10 days at Great Yen City. Qin Xiang took out the Hunyuan fruit again. Just now, a large portion of them had exploded, and the remaining small amount was not enough. He could only increase it with this method. He knew that it would be impossible for it to go so smoothly in the beginning, but for him, it was already a big step forward. It looks like Hunyuan tree root S are easier to refine, but in the eyes of us alchemists, Hunyuan tree root S are much more stubborn than Hunyuan fruit S, but in your hands, it's different. Su Meiyao said, because I have the yin and yang ji. Oh, D blood, I'm not afraid of its alternating between cold and heat. I can sense that kind of change ahead of time, so I'm prepared. Qin Xiang said, it can be said that the Hunyuan tree root and I have some closeness, so I was able to progress further last time in one breath. Last time, Qin Xiang was disturbed by Long Shui, so he did not reach the last step. However, he was sure that he would succeed in the end. In this situation, Chun Xiang looked extremely relaxed, but he was also trying his best to calm himself down and concoct pills. So how could he not be anxious when Wang Cheongjin was going to attack Qin Martial Continent? Now that Long Shui was watching him, he could go and concoct the heaven-level pellet in peace. In this situation, Chun Xiang looked extremely relaxed, but he was also trying his best to calm himself down and concoct pills. So how could he not be anxious when Wang Cheongjin was going to attack Qin Martial Continent? Now that Long Shui was watching him, he could go and concoct the heaven-level pellet in peace. This time, the Hunyuan fruit still exploded, but left half of its powder and medicine aura, which was a little more than the last time. It seems like the flame is my current bottleneck, and I don't have enough divine power. Qin Xiang sighed, took out his Hunyuan fruit, and continued refining. Maybe I have enough fire. Maybe I don't know how to use it cleverly enough for me to cross the river by myself. It is indeed difficult. Qin Xiang looked at the raging flames in his palm and thought to himself. Long Shui said, your divine power is not weak. Although I don't know how much energy you need to consume to use this method, I just feel that you have not used your divine power to the best of your abilities, or perhaps did not fully display your divine power's power. You frequently encountered such situations before, so your usage of the divine power still needs strengthening. Qin Xiang nodded. He thought so too, and asked, did that old woman make any movements? There are no big movements, but there are quite a lot of small movements. It is possible that she is from the heaven demon realm, so she is very unsettled in devil realm, and many of the big shots and powerhouses are giving her face, and will temporarily stop the war at the human realm, and withdraw all of her power. Furthermore, she seems to have to go and contact the strong warriors of the demon realm. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang frowned. This was not a good thing, this and Ji Cheongjin could use his prestige to pull many powers to ally with the Fire Divine Palace, and this time he would be even more powerful than last time. The good news is that this old woman does not plan to attack Qin Martial Continent herself. It seems like even immortal kings like them do not dare to do anything. Long Shui said, I heard her say this herself. She said that she will lead from behind and will not partic. 1 p8 in any battles. If these immortal kings can make a move, then they wouldn't need to gather so many people. But for what reason can't they do so? If the white tiger doesn't appear in Ditian, it would be hard for anyone to defeat them. But their Fire Divine Palace has 3 immortal kings. Although they can't rule over Ditian, but taking down the Chun Martial Continent will not be a problem. Chun Xiang found it hard to understand. These 3 immortal kings really wanted to take down the Chun Martial Continent, and it would be extremely easy for them to do that. However, they did not do that, but instead sent many of the disciples of the Fire Divine Palace to their deaths. I don't know, but it's a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about facing a guy of that level. You already have the luck to kill another one. You have to understand that you were only lucky to kill that old woman's lover. Long Shui solemnly warned Qin Xiang. She wanted Qin Xiang to understand that he was definitely not a match for the Immortal King right now, and asking him not to foolishly go and fight with the Immortal King. I know that, but there will be a day when these immortal kings will be trampled underfoot. Qin Xiang frowned and said softly, and then continued to refine the Hanyuan fruit with the D purification. As long as he could refine some more powder and medicine auras, this part of the Hanyuan fruit would be considered a success, and the following Hanyuan tree root were not that difficult to refine, because they belonged to the yin and yang attribute and had a mysterious feeling of affinity with him. After a period of time had said, Qin Xiang's blazing palm suddenly released a weak golden light. A few cracks appeared on the Hanyuan fruit, but this was the sign of an explosion, and every time this happened, a burst of extremely strong and bizarre spiritual energy would surge out from the Hanyuan fruit, directly hitting his divine soul. It was the same this time. He felt his divine soul tremble slightly. Then he strengthened his flames, allowing his divine power and flames to fuse together and burn the Hanyuan fruit's demon spirits. This was, after all, a heaven-level spirit medicine. Even though it was copied from a creation divine liquid, the power contained within it was not weak at all. All of these heaven-level spirit medicines were nurtured by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for more than 10,000 years, and contained within them was a unique power that was unique to the heaven and earth. It seems like I didn't succeed completely this time. What's the problem? Qin Xiang sighed in his heart, followed by a booming sound. His palm was shrouded in a golden mist, and he closed his eyes as he recalled the things that happened during his previous failures. The inability to suppress the spirit inside the Hanyuan fruit led to the spirit medicine controlling a portion of the spirit beast's power to counterattack, causing the spirit beast's power to become violent and unpredictable, and it was hard to suppress it, unless the spirit beast could be destroyed or the spirit beast could be completely suppressed. He stored this half of the medicinal powder and medicine aura S in the Yanlong furnace. This Hanyuan fruit part would be concocted in 3 different sessions, which would waste more than half of it. At this time, the Yanlong furnace S were fusing together, forming the complete part of the Hanyuan fruit, and there were even more of them. Next was the Hanyuan tree root. It could be said that the progress of the Hanyuan tree root was very smooth, and during the refining process, a strange feeling appeared, allowing him to easily refine the Hanyuan tree root into white powder. The medicine aura and the medicinal powder did not lose anything. He felt that the reason he was like this was because of his yin and yang ji, di blood. However, not every medicinal ingredient was of the yin and yang attribute, so he could not have any sort of lucky thoughts. In the future, he would have to continue using his strength and perfect the di purification. He, who was used to not wasting any herbs to refine pills, would waste more than half of the herbs when he was refining the Hanyuan fruit, which made him have a knot in his heart that was difficult to get rid of. Generally speaking, the last step was the hardest and most crucial part. But for Chun Xiang, the last stage of refining the medicine was the most difficult one, and compared to the later stages of condensing the medicinal pellet, it was easier. It was the most difficult stage of refining the medicinal ingredients, and it was also the most difficult stage for him to condense the medicinal pellet. Inside the Yanlong furnace, all sorts of separately refined medicinal ingredients were finally about to gather together. Chun Xiang injected the flame, and under the heat, the medicine aura and medicinal powder inside seemed to have been refined, as they emitted bursts of dazzling light. At the same time, they were squeezed together by the divine power released by Chun Xiang, forming a ball of air that slowly rotated in the pill furnace and sucked all the medicine aura in. That old woman is about to make a big move. What does she want to do in the middle of the night? Long Shui anxiously said, because she saw a large group of people gathered in a huge villa in the city. From her judgment, she could tell that this group of people were experts from the devil realm. Chun Xiang did not ask because they were almost at the congealing pill and he could not afford to be distracted. As long as he could concoct this low-grade heaven-level Hanyuan Dan, he would have taken a big step forward. Only now did Chun Xiang understand the difference between refining a real heaven-level pill and refining a super pill. When refining this heaven-level pill, the tyrannical power was much more difficult to deal with than when he was refining the super pills. Only now did Chun Xiang understand the difference between refining a real heaven-level pill and refining a super pill. When refining this heaven-level pill, the tyrannical power was much more difficult to deal with than when he was refining the super pills. These super pills had all been squeezed together by many different ingredients. If one refined them like this with 1,000 of them, they could reach the effects of the heaven-level pill, but it would take a lot of time to refine them. Furthermore, the actual effects would definitely not be as good as the heaven-level pill. So one could say that the refinement process was not that big, as long as one could afford to waste time. But right now, what was truly required was a large amount of energy and experience to refine a heaven-level pill. For example, Chun Xiang currently had no experience, so dealing with the endless changes during the process was extremely difficult. The cyclone in the furnace was as large as any other low-grade pills, but it contained countless times more energy than those low-grade pills. If they were to be pressed together and solidified, the explosion of energy would be extremely powerful. Chun Xiang had already released a large amount of divine power to surround the ball of air whirl, but the medicinal powder and medicine aura made from spirit medicine were still mixed with a large amount of spirit energy. These spirits were born with strong resistance power, and after fusing together, they became even more tenacious. At this moment, Chun Xiang felt as if his divine soul was standing on the SH. Our E of the ocean, being hit by wave after wave of extremely strong waves, as if he was about to disperse. This was the unprecedented sense of danger he was facing in Alchemist, and in the worst-case scenario, his divine soul might be heavily injured. In my furnace, you have to listen to me. I control everything. Chun Xiang's face sunk. The divine sense suddenly flickered with sets of golden lightning bolts. Like the rolling divine power in the ocean, they turned into golden dragons and jumped out from the divine sense sea, striking the ball of air and splitting it into 2 parts. Let me handle it. Chun Xiang released the dragon transformation skills D-power and injected it into the Yanlong furnace. The 2 cyclones were surrounded by a few small dragons, and the dragon transformation skill was slowly shrinking, squeezing the 2 violent air cyclones into 2 pellets. Clang, 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 clang. During the process of being squeezed, the quality of the air whirl kept on increasing, and the power that exploded out was also terrifying. If the Yanlong furnace had become transparent, that kind of light would definitely be able to blind normal people. As the furnace gradually stabilized, Qin Xiang's tensed mind also relaxed. After a moment, he took a deep breath, although he was very tired, but his face was filled with joy because he had succeeded. Depurification succeeded. The reason for Qin Xiang's happiness was this: depurification was a divine concocting method he had created based on the heavenly alchemy. If he could succeed now, he would no longer need to use such a complicated method like the foreseeing alchemy, which was hard to grasp. He opened the Yanlong furnace, and 2 pellets that were emitting a resplendent golden light floated into Qin Xiang's jade box. Although he had wasted a lot of Hunyuan fruit before, when he took out the pellets, he still maintained his style and gave out as many pellets as possible. This little scoundrel, and he actually succeeded. He didn't even need 100 layers of foreseeing alchemy, and was only able to refine 2 Hunyuan Dan with such high quality. Su Meiyao looked at the jade box that Qin Xiang had given her. Qin Xiang's breakthrough this time had completely overturned her previous understanding of the Tao of alchemy and made her unable to accept it. However, she had to admit that Qin Xiang had already walked down a path of his own and did not need her to guide him in the field of alchemy anymore. Furthermore, she could not offer any pointers. At most, she could give him some advice and hints based on her own experience. Qin Xiang took out a few medicinal pellets and ate them. He closed his eyes and rested as he lightly said, "I really want to have a good sleep, but I can't do it now. I still have a lot of things." "Little scoundrel, you're amazing. You don't need to use that Ned foreseeing alchemy to concoct a high-rank pill. You must have really learned from me back then." Su Meiyao muttered the hards. PS she went through in refining the pill back then. She could not bear to look back. "Sister Meiyao, I will definitely teach you in the future. This depurification is still incomplete. I believe it will be easier to master in the future." Qin Xiang laughed. "I said it before, I must use the shortest amount of time to help you recover your strength. Do you really want us to leave you like this?" Su Meiyao snorted. "Did you think that without us it would be more convenient for you to pick the flowers and provoke the GRASS? Qin Xiang looked wronged, no way. Long Xue laughed. "Allowing Sister Meiyao to recover his strength is because he can take her, right, little scoundrel? Little pervert, I really want to take you in right now." Qin Xiang said snappily, "The things that your dragon race has in mind are all so filthy as expected. Keep an eye on that old woman. When I recover, I'll have to carefully plan out how to deal with her in secret." Long Xue said in a tender voice, "I understand. The old granny gathered this group of people here for a meeting. But from their conversation, it seems like they do not intend to attack the Chun Martial continent at the very beginning." Qin Xiang was a little surprised and asked, "Oh, then what do they want to do?" Long Xue said, "They plan to go to the various big shots of Chun Martial continent and have a talk with them, because they have already confirmed that there is a dragon vein there, and they want to get a part of the Chun Martial continent's power to be given to them, and also let them these demon and devil realms as well as some other powerful forces of the human realm, to build their own mountain gate above the Chun Martial continent and own their own territory. Bulls. HI+T. Only an idiot would agree with that group of BASTARDS. They had no good intentions from the beginning. Entering the Chun Martial continent and giving them a portion of dragon bloodline. Isn't that equivalent to letting them become stronger? Even pigs wouldn't do something like feeding tigers and causing trouble." Qin Xiang said angrily, "If Chun Martial continent does not agree, they can continue to attack, right? They are planning to do this. If they truly come to an agreement, they will be able to own their own land in the Chun Martial continent. Wait until they become strong. Then they will annex the original powerful forces in the Chun Martial continent, and with the Fire Divine Palace as a main force, They will dominate the entire new imperial heaven world, occupy all resources, and take in all other forces. Long Shui said, "At that time they will use the reason of seizing the dragon fountain as a piece to persuade Di Tian and the others to put pressure on the Chen martial continent." Qin Xiang recovered and asked, "When do these people plan to move?" "I don't know yet, but they will first go to the original Pill City in Continent of the King. With their great efforts, the situation there has gradually gotten better. That place is more lively now, and it is being controlled by the Fire Divine Palace." Long Shui said, "They have another reason to go to Pill City, because that place is close to Dragon Subduing City, and they seem to be planning to make a move on him." To make a move against the Dragon Subduing City. Qin Xiang raised the corner of his brows. "Was it that old granny who did it?" To make a move against the Dragon Subduing City. Qin Xiang raised the corner of his brows. "Was it that old granny who did it?" Yes, the old lady said that the Dragon Subduing City was very inconvenient, but she did not dare enter the evil dragon graveyard. She was afraid of the defenses there too. Long Shui said, "Mother asterisk Ker, I don't know if the Immortal King can withstand the attacks of the Dragon Subduing City, but I have to return quickly." Qin Xiang suddenly started to worry for the Dragon Subduing City. "Don't worry, she only said that she would go and mess with the Dragon Subduing City and didn't say that she would destroy it." Long Shui said, "That still won't do. That's my city. Don't think that I can make them do whatever they want just because I'm not here. Whoever dares to step on my face will be stepped on by me." Qin Xiang was enraged and immediately left the city and rushed back to the Dragon Subduing City. Last time, when the Fire Divine Palace and those powers wanted to ambush the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country, they were met with a strong counterforce, and the Dragon Subduing School was one of them. Although Qin Xiang was sealed, but in the eyes of outsiders, the Dragon Subduing School was secretly growing stronger. Its overall strength was extremely strong, and all of the disciples inside were extremely fierce. All of them used extremely powerful martial skills, and all of the treasures and weapons they had were high-grade goods. Knowing that W.A. and Ji Chongjin was going to Dragon Subduing City to cause trouble, Qin Xiang immediately went back to wait for her. As long as this W.A. and Ji Chongjin did not attack, he felt that it should not be a problem to retaliate fiercely. Inside a hall in the city lord's mansion, Li Baojun and Duan Chong was discussing some offensive tactics when Qin Xiang suddenly rushed in with extreme force, startling them. "Leader, what is making you so anxious? Could it be that the Fire Divine Palace is about to launch an all-out attack?" Li Baojun asked anxiously. Ever since he knew that the Ghost Killing King used profound Han poisonous and was thrown into the volcano, he had always been worried. Not because he was worried that Qin Xiang would die, but because he was worried that Qin Xiang would be sealed again. Only a few people knew that Qin Xiang had the item. 1. Tie of a Ghost-Killing King. When they learned that Qin Xiang had used a profound Han poison, although they were shocked, they secretly laughed. At this time, the entire sacred fire mountain and even the Immortal King had been destroyed. As long as they knew that Qin Xiang had infiltrated the sacred fire mountain at that time, they all suspected that he was the culprit. Qin Xiang killing one of the Immortal Kings in the Fire Divine Palace. They couldn't believe it. It's about time, but it's not attacking the Chen martial continent, but trying to find trouble with us. Qin Xiang said with a serious face. An old lady of the Immortal King level wanted to bring a group of demon and devil realms fellows over to our place to cause trouble. You guys hurry up and think of a way to deal with it. What? The Immortal King brought his team here to cause trouble? How are we supposed to defend ourselves? Duan Chong said in shock. Hurry up and start the defense mode of the entire city. F***CK. How could these immortal kings do such a disrespectful thing? If it spreads to the heaven realm, they will definitely be laughed to death. I do not know how they will deal with our dragon subduing city, but they will definitely cause trouble. Oh right, the Pill City is controlled by the Fire Divine Palace. Maybe they are here for the Pill City. Qinxiang said, "That's right. The reason why Pill City was able to reignite its ashes is because of the support of the Fire Divine Palace. However, with us, the dragon subduing city here, Pill City is just like that." Li Baojun nodded. Just as Li Baojun and Duan Chong were about to order for the city's most powerful defense to be carried out, a message suddenly came in from Pill City challenging the dragon subduing city. This challenge was a challenge for pill refining. "Leader, is it convenient for you to come out now?" Li Baojun said he knew that Qinxiang was an expert in handling such challenges. "Elderly, of course I can fight. I'll just have to conceal my identity. 1. Tai, but the pills I can refine are not of high quality. You should be able to refine immortal pills now, right?" Qinxiang scratched his chin and thought. Could it be that the old granny used this method to cause trouble in the dragon subduing city, and there are many people in the Fire Divine Palace who are good at pill refining? I'm afraid there will be some pressure. That's right. Most of the fellows in the Fire Divine Palace have powerful fire soul. Li Baojun nodded his head. How about we reject their challenge? What if this is a trap set up for us by them? We know their character very well, and at that time, we won't be able to do anything about them. Duan Chong opened the letter of challenge and said with a frown, "We need 2 alchemists to compete, and they also want to compete inside the dragon subduing city. As for the loser, they will need to give the opponent as many pills as possible." Qinxiang said, "We can't let them enter the city. Just stay outside the city. It's a challenge from the Fire Divine Palace. I think they're lacking pills, so they want to use this method to quickly obtain a large amount of pills. Currently, from Dtion's perspective, our dragon subduing Dan Hall's pills are very famous." Li Baojun said, "It seems that the Fire Divine Palace is already determined to attack the Chun Martial Continent. Furthermore, he even wanted to obtain some pills from us. His plan is really too clear." Qinxiang smiled and said, "I just don't know if this Fire Divine Palace will keep his word. They have an immortal king. If we win against them, wouldn't it be a loss? Ignore them. Continue to carry out defense throughout the city. Sealed the city gates and transmission array. You can only teleport out. You cannot teleport in. This Fire Divine Palace might be worried and kind. If they do not have the immortal king, we are not afraid." Li Baojun considered for a moment and made a decision after seeking the views of Qinxiang and Duan Chong. Outside the city, there were already many people. Looking from the city walls, it was as though the entire Pill City was filled with people, as if they were all outside the dragon subduing city. Without Qinxiang, the dragon subduing school has become so weak to the point that she doesn't even dare to take on a small compet. 1. Tie-in to concoct pills. Wang Cheongjin shouted loudly, his tone filled with ridicule. "I really do not dare to compete. If it was just a simple exchange of pointers, of course we would not be afraid. But you are Fire Divine Palace, and Fire Divine Palace eats people without spitting out their bones, regardless of winning or losing. We are afraid that you will swallow us down to nothing." Li Baojun immediately replied. The meaning behind his words was that the Fire Divine Palace was unreliable, causing people to be worried. Everyone understood the Fire Divine Palace's character after being doubted like this, because the Fire Divine Palace had allied with the demons and attacked the Chun Martial Continent. This was a point that many people in the human realm hated. "I've brought a group of powerful demons with me. I wonder what this old woman will do," Long Shui said. Others may not be able to recognize the demons that were hiding their qi, but she could. "It's just a peaceful exchange. Our Fire Divine Palace will definitely not do anything bad." Before, Fire Divine Palace did this because of the mistakes made by the other people in power. Now that that person is dead, I will make the Fire Divine Palace return to how it was before. Wang Cheongjin said loudly, causing everyone behind her and all the people in Dragon subduing city to hear. Qinxiang never thought that Wang Cheongjin would actually say that his dead lover made a mistake. If it really was like this, then Wang Cheongjin was someone who would use any means possible to achieve his goals, and would be even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Qin Xiang never thought that W.A. and Ji Cheongjin would actually say that his dead lover made a mistake. If it really was like this, then W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was someone who would use any means possible to achieve his goals and would be even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Regarding W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's words about peaceful communication, Qin Xiang and the others treated it as farting. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one wouldn't believe such a thing. He knew that W.A. and Ji Cheongjin had bad intentions by bringing a large group of demon and devil realms over here. It seemed like he was prepared to use this method to give a ruthless beating. It was enough to shake the dragon subduing Dan Hall's foundation. So Qin Xiang and the others were very careful with this matter. In truth, they were very confident in their pill refining skills and thought that they would definitely win. But they did not trust their opponent and were worried that the other party would act shamelessly. You just need to make us believe that you won't go back on your word. We are only worried about this, and that the elixir exchange is indeed needed, and that it will raise our alchemy level. But the things that your Fire Divine Palace did previously made it difficult for us to trust you. Li Baojun said loudly. After everyone heard this, they thought that it was very reasonable. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that this wasn't an ordinary exchange. Losing would come at a very heavy price. Worrying that the other party would go back on their word and not accept the challenge was a very rational move. The Fire Divine Palace was quiet. They made such a big noise and almost called everyone in Dan City over, all for the sake of getting stronger, and for the purpose of getting the people from Dragon's subduing city to come out and fight. But now the people they brought were all behind them discussing and expressing their doubts towards the credibility of the Fire Divine Palace. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin thought for a while, and the decision she made surprised them. She actually mentioned to make a contract with them. Looks like she really needed a lot of pills, and they were very confident that they could win. They need so many pills. Is it because they want to attack Qin Martial Continent? Qin Xiang said, but Li Baojun had already gone out to make a contract with W.A. and Ji Cheongjin. It's possible, but as long as we win, killing two birds with one stone. One is equivalent to weakening the power of our dragon subduing school pills. Two is allowing them to obtain a large amount of pills. They already know that our dragon subduing school has a very solid foundation. The last time they attacked our divine weapons heavenly country, the strength we displayed had already made them wary. If they were to launch an all-out attack on our side, we would provide a large amount of pills, which would be a huge hindrance to them. Duanchong said. Qin Xiang nodded his head, feeling that Duanchong's A.N.A. lysis was extremely logical, but he thought that even if they lost this tie-in, they would not be able to shake their foundation in pills. As long as he gritted his teeth and went into closed-door cultivation for a month or so, he would be able to replicate a large amount of medicinal herbs. When Li Baojun returned, he smiled and said, I don't know what that old lady is planning, but she has really signed a contract with me. If she goes back on her word or wreaks havoc on the dragon subduing city during this period of time, she will be in trouble. Only after Qin Xiang confirmed that the contract was valid did he open the city gate and let the large group of people in. The rules have been agreed. Qin Xiang was more concerned about this, because if it was a rule that was disadvantageous to their situation, it would make it harder for them. As long as one side wins 2 consecutive rounds, they will be considered as the final victor. As for which pill is concocted, each side will take turns to call for the pill to be refined, and the first is for them to call for the pill to be refined, and then the second is for us to call for it, and the result will be decided by the quality quant. 1. Tie and timing of the pills we concoct. Li Baojun said. Qin Xiang frowned and thought for a moment, then said, What if they call us pill refining? We do not have the ingredients for them. This Fire Divine Palace is from the Heaven Realm. If we refine something like an immortal pill, we will lose for sure. There are high restrictions, and you can't call them immortality pills. As for the ingredients, you can buy them from them if you lack them. They call them concocting pills, but they aren't lacking. Li Baojun said, I've already asked all these. They're the first ones to call out. Chen Xiang still had some doubts. Since there is a maximum restriction, then there should be no minimum restriction. In terms of quality, quant. 1. Tai and time he definitely would win. If it was a high-level pellet, then he was not so sure. Yes, the lowest restriction is that it is a low-grade heaven-level pellet. If leader is unable to refine low-grade heaven-level pellets, I can handle all of them myself. There are no restrictions that prevent one person from concocting continuously. Li Baojun said. Duan Chong asked, if it's like this from the very beginning, then wouldn't we have to continue? Li Baojun nodded his head. That's right, continue until one side wins twice in a row, and if things don't go well, then this will be a compet. 1. Tie-in of endurance. If one refines many stoves after the heaven-level pills are more or less done, they will turn to the ground-level pills until there is a result. We have to win 2 matches from the start. We have to defeat them with overwhelming force. Let's see how they will continue to act so arrogantly in the future. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. Leader, are you going to fight as well? How is your skill at concocting heaven-level pills? Li Baojun was very curious about this because according to common sense, for Chen Xiang to refine a heaven-level pellet, he would need to grasp more than 100 sets of foreseeing alchemy. That was not something that could be done with a single genius brain, and it would take a very long time for him to ACCU, emulate every single bit of it. Chen Xiang smiled mysteriously. I'll just not drag you down. Could it be that you don't trust my standards? Li Baojun and Duan Chong looked at each other. The expression on their faces were extremely weird. Although Duan Chong was not a pill refiner, he still understood a lot about refining pills, and at his age it could be said to be impossible for him to concoct a low-grade heaven-level pellet, because that kind of abnormal foreseeing alchemy required one to master more than 120 stages, which required a lot of time to ACCU emulate. How many years had Chen Xiang lived for now? To be able to reach that level was truly unbelievable, and there had never been someone who could use such a short amount of time to grasp multiple foreseeing alchemy. Prepare a place. Since they sent us the medicinal pills, we must have it. Chen Xiang smiled and then changed his appearance. The reason why W.A. and Ji Cheongjin had brought such a large group of people to rebuild Pill City was to use this to destroy the might of the dragon subduing city. One could tell that they were extremely confident in their abilities, as if they could easily defeat the dragon subduing city. Although Chen Xiang had long known of Wang Cheongjin's existence, it was still his first time seeing her with his own eyes, and she was even older than the image Long Shui gave him. Furthermore, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu didn't dare to release their soul consciousness to prevent Wang Cheongjin from finding out. Although Chen Xiang had long known of W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's existence, it was still his first time seeing her with his own eyes, and she was even older than the image Long Shui gave him. Furthermore, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu didn't dare to release their soul consciousness to prevent W.A. and Ji Cheongjin from finding out. The location of the compet. 1. Tie-in was in the open SPAC in front of the dragon subduing Dan Hall. It was a place where low-level alchemists would usually sell low-level pellets, and sometimes used to hold such compet. 1. Tie-ins. There were many people standing around, and in order for the audience to see the compet. 1. Tie-in, they were allowed to float in the air and watch. The alchemists sent out an old man. This time, they were the ones deciding what pill to concoct. What I want to refine is the 9-death flying Dan. Do you have any medicinal ingredients? The old man asked Li Baojun, who was the pavilion master of the dragon subduing Dan Hall and had an extremely high level of alchemy. He was already quite famous in Ditian. Just as Li Baojun was frowning, Chen Xiang said, "We do." Chen Xiang had already gotten his 9 deadly flower, so he had a few of them out as well, but he did not plan to use Flying Dan S to help him ascend. He felt that if he did not use Nirvana Doom, it would be a loss to him, even faster than he had experienced before. However, since Tian had been reborn with the fusion of different realms, there had been a lot of high-level pellets, which allowed the overall strength of the people here to increase by quite a bit, and the odds of winning when crossing Nirvana Doom had also increased by a lot. However, if there were flying Danas, there were still a lot of strong people who wanted them. Qin Xiang took out 2 small black flowers and handed it over to Li Baojun, which immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the Fire Divine Palace. The people from the Fire Divine Palace had already guessed that it was very likely that he would be the one to partake. 1. P. 8 in the second round. Elderly, have you refined a flying Dan before? Qin Xiang secretly transmitted to Li Baojun. The 9 death soaring flower was very rare, and flying Dan rarely appeared. So Qin Xiang suddenly started to worry about Li Baojun. I've never refined one before, but you don't have to worry. I'm confident that I can do it better than the other party. Li Baojun received the 9 death soaring flower, and there was even a storage bag. Qin Xiang had given him the supplementary ingredients, and these supplementary ingredients were all top-notch, having been stored and nurtured by the creation divine liquid. The Fire Divine Palace's old man's expression was calm, and from between his brows he revealed a sense of confidence, as though he was certain that he would win. He took out a jade pill furnace. Formidable. Qin Xiang asked. Yes. Back then I really wanted this pill furnace, but my master still couldn't find it after searching for a long time. It actually fell into the hands of the Fire Divine Palace. No wonder. This is a top-grade immortal equipment. Su Meiyao said. Then I'll think of a way to get it and give it to you. Qin Xiang laughed. No need. You just need to help me find my original pill furnace. Although my master didn't help me find this jade furnace, I did make a pretty good one myself. It's a pity that it was taken away from me that time. Su Meiyao sighed. It was when Qin Xiang met this peerless beauty at the bottom of the cliff that the two of them were robbed clean. The jade immortal furnace. I never thought that I would be able to see this pill furnace in my lifetime. I heard that this is the pill furnace of the Bai Xia Dan immortal. Li Baojun was also someone who knew what was good for him, but he said that the most powerful pill furnace would be Qin Xiang's Yanlong furnace. That was what was good for him. Just that Qin Xiang's current level was still insufficient to reveal the might of the Yanlong furnace. That's right, Bai Xia Dan immortal is the head Dan immortal of my Fire Divine Palace. She gave me this pill furnace. The old man said. Everyone heard and exclaimed in their hearts they had never heard of Bai Xia Dan immortal before, but they knew that it was a guy from Dan immortal who could refine immortal pills, and was even the head Dan immortal. How powerful was he? Bai Xia Dan immortal, this SLUT really did go to Fire Divine Palace. Consider her lucky, otherwise we would have stripped her clean. Su Meiyao scoffed. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu were done in by them, but their enemies should all be girls. He never thought that even Heaven Realm would have so many strong female warriors. Who is the guy that robbed you? Qin Xiang asked. Don't ask. Su Meiyao avoided the question. When the old man from the Fire Divine Palace saw that everyone was looking at his heavenly jade treasure furnace with burning gazes, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. In comparison, the pill furnace Li Baojun had taken out could not compare to his opponent, and from this point the Dragon Subduing School had lost by 1 level. However, the pill refining compet. 1. Taiyin was not about pill furnaces but rather people. W.A. And Ji Qiangjin sneered. Li Baojun, you should be Li Tianjuan's disciple. That's right. Although there were some rumors about him, they were never sure. They never thought that Li Baojun was really the disciple of the Dan King who dominated mortal realm back then. W.A. And Ji Qiangjin laughed contemptuously. Do you know that your master was severely defeated by his master on top of the Heaven Realm, and lost everything when he competed with him? And this person you are sparring with right now is the disciple of your master? Just a moment ago, everyone was still shocked that Li Baojun was Li Tianjuan's disciple, But after hearing that Li Tianjun had lost miserably at Heaven Realm, they all started to sigh in their hearts. Li Baojun was not affected by it much. He only said lightly, "This is a good thing for my master. He needs this kind of training. As long as he doesn't die, he can still concoct pills. So what if he loses? Won or lost, isn't it normal?" As he spoke, Li Baojun had already processed a large pile of medicinal ingredients, and then closed his eyes, throwing the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. That W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin's words did not affect him in any way, which made W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin clench his teeth in his heart, and Li Baojun's extremely strong state of mind also made everyone secretly admire him. Chun Xiang suddenly laughed. By Xia Dan Immortal is the woman who once lost and ran naked in Heaven Realm. I remember that time when she fought with him, competing continuously with him, refining pills, taking off a piece of clothing every time he lost, and finally losing not a single piece of clothes, and walking around on the streets of a big city. Hearing that, everyone started to imagine, but Chun Xiang's following words made them feel as if they had eaten a fly. Everyone, don't think too much. By Xia Dan Immortal is already old. As for what he looks like, haha. Chun Xiang chuckled as he looked at W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin. Hearing Chun Xiang's words, W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin's old face instantly turned green, and his old eyes stared straight at Chun Xiang, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. But everyone could feel that W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin was angry. Hearing Chun Xiang's words, W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin's old face instantly turned green, and his old eyes stared straight at Chun Xiang, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. But everyone could feel that W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin was angry. What Chun Xiang had just said was all suddenly told to him by Su Meiyao. "Humph, you know quite a bit," W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin snorted. He glared hatefully at the alchemist, at the disciple of the Bai Xia Dan Immortal, at the elder, whose eyebrows twitched. Someone had revealed the ugly matter of his master, which made him extremely unhappy. Seeing the obvious effects, Chun Xiang smiled. To dare attack Fire Divine Palace so brazenly caused everyone to sweat for him, and they all knew that the old lady from Fire Divine Palace was extremely strong. Sister Meiyao, it worked. Oh, right. Who did Bai Xia Dan Immortal lose to? Chun Xiang asked with a smile. Of course I lost to me, hee. Su Meiyao laughed smugly. But that woman was a beauty then, and after that one time, she grew old and was probably shocked. Furthermore, she was the one who proposed the rules of the game. She originally wanted to take care of me, but she did not know that I would be so powerful. Under normal circumstances, it would take a lot of time to refine a heaven-level pill, but it was different now. Right now, it was a compet. One tie-in, and the rules stated that victory or defeat depended on time. Thus both sides would do their best to speed up the process. They could not be slower than the other party, or else they would very likely lose in the future. Li Baojun possessed a flame that even Chun Xiang was envious of, which meant that the fire soul in Li Baojun's body should be the 5 elements fire soul. Therefore, Chun Xiang was extremely confident in Li Baojun. At that time, the other party would be shocked by Chun Xiang's words and would almost make a mistake in the beginning, causing the pill furnace to tremble slightly, but it would stabilize in the end. It was only 4 hours later that the old man's forehead was covered in sweat. Could it be that my words just now were too harsh, hitting this fellow's heart directly? It has only been 4 hours, and he has already become like this. To think that he had even suggested refining a 9 deadly Flying Dan himself. Chun Xiang thought, maybe this old man was thinking about how his master would run around the city naked when he lost. Long Shui laughed. Little naughty dragon, why do you keep thinking about these things? Chun Xiang scolded. This old fellow's fire soul is not bad, but in the Fire Divine Palace's perspective, there should be a lot of high-level fire soul less. They can plunder a large amount of fire soul, so they might be able to fuse with it. Long Shui said, it is actually a golden fire soul. But looking at the fire chi that he is releasing, this fire soul is not natural, it has been further refined. It was already dark, but many people were waiting for the results. Not only did they have to watch the battle between the disciples of the two alchemy masters, they also had to see the final result, especially the powers in Pill City. If they lost, they would have to start with a new plan to attack the Chun Martial Continent. After the news of Fire Divine Palace and Dragon subduing school fighting here spread out, many people began to come over one after another to watch the show. Even at night, there were still many people who came. Qin Xiang suddenly sensed a very weak yet familiar qi. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky. At this time, there were many people floating, and they were all looking down from the sky. "Qian, why are you here?" Qin Xiang anxiously transmitted to Wu Qian. The lady dressed in a simple white dress was Wu Qian. "Qin Xiang, it's good that you're fine. We were all very worried about you because of the huge incident that happened in Sacred Fire School." When Wu Qian heard Qin Xiang's sound transmission, she immediately responded to it with divine sense that was left in her mind. That sweet voice was extremely excited. "What can happen to me? I've always been fine, don't worry about me." Qin Xiang laughed. "Oh right, Qian. What level of pills can you concoct now?" "High quality ground level. I might need a very long time before I can break through, sigh." Wu Qian sighed. This was a ravine that every alchemist would find difficult to cross in a short period of time. Haha. Qin Xiang only laughed, but in her heart, Wu Qian was very surprised. She felt that Qin Xiang had already stepped over the threshold. "That's impossible." Wu Qian's voice was filled with incredulity as she exclaimed in surprise, "Just what method did you use?" "I'll tell you in the future. I'll find a time to teach you, but the requirements for fire and consciousness are very high. If you can raise fire and consciousness, I feel that using my method will allow you to move much faster than the foreseeing alchemy." Qin Xiang said, "Yes, I will pass through the 8 nirvana tribulations a little faster. You must teach me when the time comes." Wu Qian was extremely happy. She had witnessed Qin Xiang's miracles many times, so she quickly accepted Qin Xiang's breakthrough. At dawn, the two of them were still concocting pills, and most of the people watching the fight were quite strong, so even if they did not sleep for a few days and nights, they would still be able to recover their spirit easily. Therefore, after watching the compet, tie-in for an entire day and night, they did not feel bored. This flying Dan is probably from the lower heaven level, and its main ingredient is the 9 deftly soaring flower. It's just a small flower, but it needs to be tossed around for a long time. Qin Xiang said, "Don't underestimate the soaring flower. Since this little flower has the power to resist the heavens, it is obviously not easy to deal with. If the flying Dan did not have a success rate of only 50%, it would not have been listed in the high, grade heaven level pills. The difficulty of refining the little flower is definitely not any less than refining a middle, grade heaven level medicinal ingredient." Su Meiyao said, "Moreover, the two of them can now be considered to be fast. Back then, when I was controlling the middle grade heaven level pills, neither of them were as skilled as they are now." Qin Xiang suddenly felt an itch on his hand. He really wanted to use his purification to try and refine the flying Dan. He felt that this would train him to use the divine power, but the flame aspect was still a hard injury. When he was refining the Hunyuan Dan, the fire power was already at its peak, but he still felt a sense of powerlessness. The place for the compet. Tie-in was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. It was extremely noisy, but suddenly quietened down because the two alchemists' pill furnaces were shaking violently, as though they were about to enter the final stage. Is the result about to come out? It's only been a day and a night, and the flying Dan is about to be released. As expected of the pinnacle duel, it would be great if we could see what's going on inside the furnace. A person exclaimed, "If Qin Xiang was here, he would have definitely been able to broaden your horizons while he was refining pills. It's a pity that this genius was sealed up by the Fire Divine Palace." Another sighed. This fire divine palace is really sinister, sealing his leader and then running over to his territory to behave atrociously. If they lose to a group of leaderless forces, they would definitely be laughed at to death. He was the current head Dan Immortal of the Fire Divine Palace S. This alchemist was able to obtain a high-grade pill furnace, which showed that his alchemy level was very high. He was the current head Dan Immortal of the Fire Divine Palace S. This alchemist was able to obtain a high-grade pill furnace, which showed that his alchemy level was very high. Li Baojun was the alchemist that everyone knew. However, his master Li Tianjun had already lost to the Baixia Dan Immortal. So could he win against the disciple of the Baixia Dan Immortal to save face for master? Now, both of them had simultaneously entered the later stages of the core formation stage, and their strength was evenly matched. Everyone was looking forward to the result even more. The two pill furnaces shook and shook. Waves of hot air were released, forming a wave that rose high into the air, causing everyone watching to feel extremely hot and stuffy. It seems like both of them might form the core at the same time. If we want to win, then it will depend on the quality and quant. One tie. Su Meiyao said, "At most, this flying Dan can only produce one pellet. It is very difficult to refine two. 1-9 death soaring flower is not enough to refine two pellets, but that is not absolute. Maybe someone can refine two pellets. It is just that I have never heard of it before." There were very few 9 deaths ascending flower to begin with, which resulted in such pills being very rare. When many alchemists were able to refine one, they would only be able to refine one batch at a time when their skills far surpass S, said the level of the lower heaven level. They simply did not have the opportunity to try refining more than one batch. At this time, Li Baojun's expression was extremely calm, but the flames he released and the fiery aura he emitted made people feel as if he was roaring. His master lost to his opponent's master, and now he absolutely could not lose. Chun Xiang could feel his determination right now. Everyone looked at the two alchemists attentively. It was extremely quiet because the results would be out very soon. After that, the two alchemists both opened their eyes. It was actually completed at the same time, and this was not a coincidence, but rather the highest level that the high-ranking alchemist could issue out. When refining the Flying Dan, this was their fastest time, and it was also not a coincidence that the two alchemists did not open their eyes at the same time. The Fire Divine Palace was a little dissatisfied with this result. Although there was still no difference between victory and defeat, the other party was actually able to compete with him in terms of time, which meant that the other party was at the same level as him. This made it difficult for him to accept because he came from the heaven realm and was actually unable to compete with Alchemist, who was born and raised in the lower realms. Your time is the same as mine, but that doesn't mean you can be on the same level as me. The Fire Divine Palace said with a sneer, "You are mistaken to think that you can compete with me in this compet. 1. Tie-in, the quality of the ascension is very hard to control, and this is my strength." The alchemistess of the Fire Divine Palace felt that the quality of the Flying Dan that Li Baojun had refined was inferior to his. Li Baojun smiled slightly. "Of course, I never thought that I would be able to tie with you. Perhaps you will lose." Open the pill furnace. W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin was very curious about the results, but she had a lot of confidence in her alchemist. She believed that Li Baojun would definitely lose this match. After all, his alchemist had a very strong fire soul, and he had grown up in the heaven realm, so he had a lot of resources to use up on his training. The first to open the pill furnace was at Fire Divine Palace's side, holding a light yellow pill in the alchemist's hand high up, letting everyone see the Flying Dan. "It's of high quality," W.A.N.G. Cheongjin laughed. "Of course, I haven't refined a low-quality pill in a long time," Alchemist said proudly, because he saw that many experts were staring at the Flying Dan in his palm. Their faces were filled with wars. H.I.+P. Just a single day and night later, he would be able to refine a Flying Dan of high quality. This level was indeed very high because according to the rumors, some alchemistess would need a very long time to refine Flying Dan, and their quality would not be guaranteed either. Li Baojun nodded his head. It's true that it's of high quality, but this does not mean that you can win. He opened the lid of the pill furnace and calmly took out the pills. The people in the air immediately cried out in alarm because they could see the two yellow clouds emitting from the furnace with a single glance. It was actually 2 pills. After everyone was shocked, they started to discuss among themselves. When the people of Fire Divine Palace saw the 2 new Flying Danes in Li Baojun's hands, they were all stunned. Their expressions were filled with shock, disbelief, and jealousy. You lost, Li Baojun said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he destroyed his own pill furnace, causing everyone to be shocked once again. A pill furnace that could be destroyed with 1 palm. It was definitely not something good. Li Baojun had actually used such a low-grade pill furnace to refine a whole batch of Flying Dan. The pill furnace used by the Fire Divine Palace was a top-grade immortal furnace, but it couldn't compare to the other party's broken pill furnace. Previously, he was so arrogant, but now he was beaten up so badly by the other party using a broken pill furnace. 2 high-quality Flying Dan could easily defeat their opponent, and at the same time, they used the same amount of time. From this, Li Baojun's strength could be seen to be much stronger than his opponent. Bai Xia Dan Immortal's disciple is only this strong. I thought he was that strong. Qin Xiang sneered from the side. No one knew his item. 1, Tai, so he didn't have any misgivings. Even though that W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was an immortal king, he didn't see through him. You. The old man snorted, kept the pill furnace, and walked behind W.A. and Ji Cheongjin. Although they had lost 1 match, W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was still very calm. There was no loss at all. It was as if they would never lose. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin walked out and said to Li Baojun, I see that you're the only one in your dragon subduing school that can compete with us. I wonder if you'll be able to continue fighting on. It's a pity that our leader is sealed by you. Duan Chong shook his head and sighed. Even so, it does not mean that only elderly is allowed to refine pills. Fire Divine Palace had always avoided sealing Qin Xiang, since he had sealed someone else's leader, so it would not be glorious for him to come to another person's territory and cause trouble. Next, I'll compete with you. Who are you going to send out? W.A. and Ji Cheongjin laughed sinisterly and glanced at Qin Xiang and the others. The one who was going to fight in Fire Divine Palace was this old lady. She didn't look like an alchemist. Qin Xiang was also very surprised. This W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was a devil cultivator. There were many who knew how to refine pills. At that time, she was very famous in the area of heaven-level pills, even among the heaven realm. Her flame power was already good, and she had such a high position in the Fire Divine Palace, so it is possible that her alchemy level may have increased a lot. Ling Qin. Su Meiyao said. His opponent was actually Wang Cheongjin. This was a very strong immortal king. Many of the stronger people here could feel that this old lady was very strong. His opponent was actually W.A. and Ji Cheongjin. This was a very strong immortal king. Many of the stronger people here could feel that this old lady was very strong. When the group of demons that came with W.A. and Ji Cheongjin heard that this immortal king was also an alchemist, they were extremely excited. It was because they felt that they were not mistaken and that they were extremely lacking in pills. Which one of you can do it? W.A. and Ji Cheongjin had always believed that Li Baojun was the only one who was supporting the compet. 1. Tie-in in the dragon subduing school. Li Baojun had gotten himself a match with great difficulty. If he lost in the next match, all of his efforts would be for naught. He would have to start from the beginning and win 2 matches consecutively before being able to win. Li Baojun glanced at Qin Xiang and nodded at him. Qin Xiang walked out and said, "Let me do it." the person sent by the dragon subduing school to fight against W.A. And Ji Cheongjin was actually a very young man, and also the person who had just spoken out loud about the Baixia Dan immortal. Anyone who knew some of the secrets about the Heaven Realm must have come from the Heaven Realm. But this person was unknown, causing people to think that he and W.A. and Ji Cheongjin were not on the same level. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin sized Chen Xiang up from head to toe, his tone filled with disdain, because the aura Chen Xiang was emitting didn't even seem like it belonged to a deity. The person sent out by the dragon subduing school to compete with her in refining pills was actually someone who had not even completed Nirvana stage. This made her extremely unhappy in her heart. She felt that he was at least at Li Baojun's level. Chen Xiang laughed. What, did I break the rules? Of course not. Is there no one in your dragon subduing school to actually send you out to compete with me? W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was an immortal king, so she looked at others based on their strength. Their opponents were not even immortals, so no matter what, she would not put them in her eyes. It's enough as long as I can defeat you. Of course, if the leader is here, I will also be the one fighting, because in terms of pill refining, there is no need for the leader to do anything. The smile on Chen Xiang's face made W.A. and Ji Cheongjin very angry. She really wanted to shout, I am the immortal king, because she was unexpectedly looked down upon by others. She thought that the opponent did not know her exact strength, which made her feel very aggrieved. Of the people here, the person who was most clear of W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's strength was none other than Chen Xiang, who had purposely provoked her. I had thought that you all would send some sort of powerful guy, but it turns out that you're actually just an ignorant guy. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin looked at Chen Xiang with disdain, and then said to Li Baojun. She felt that only Li Baojun fighting with her would make her heart feel better, because she felt that it was kind of an insult to this body in front of her. Chen Xiang said, Could it be that you don't want to compete with me? W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin said, We'll have to compete, it's just that I feel very uncomfortable inside, because sparring with a guy like you is a form of humiliation for me. Chen Xiang chuckled. So that's how it is, but if you lose to me, then you can commit suicide. W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin suddenly laughed out loud because this was the funniest joke she had ever heard. Brat, you aren't even a bug in my eyes. When I was dominating Heaven Realm, your ancestors were not even born yet, so my pill refining skills may not be considered top-notch in Heaven Realm, but many famous Dan immortal would have to treat me with respect when they see me, and you actually want to win against me. Hearing W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's words, everyone was secretly shocked at the strength of this old woman. As W.A. and Ji Cheongjin laughed, a powerful aura was released, causing everyone to feel a small amount of pressure. They felt that if this old lady wanted to kill them, she would only need to raise her hand. However, Chen Xiang was extremely calm, and his face still carried that faint smile. Looks like I can't not win against you today. You better mentally prepare yourself. Otherwise, if you lose to me, who is even inferior to an insect, you would be laughed at to death. You already don't have that appearance back then. Why would you still have the Dan immortal treat you with respect? Hearing Chen Xiang's words, W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's face immediately darkened. She did not expect him to actually know about her. Who is your master? W.A. and Ji Cheongjin asked coldly. It scared you to death. Chen Xiang laughed. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin immediately sank into deep thought. Previously, she had treated everything that Chen Xiang had said as nonsense, but she had taken Chen Xiang's words seriously. Just refine the Hunyuan Dan. You don't have the ingredients for this pill, but if you don't, I can sell it to you. Chen Xiang said. Of course. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin did not think that the pill-refining elder above the Heaven Realm would have such a disciple. She thought that there was someone behind Chen Xiang who knew about the things in the Heaven Realm, but he was definitely not some strong person. Li Baojun was able to refine a Hunyuan Dan at such a young age, which was very unreasonable. Unless Qinxiang had a very powerful time formation that could turn a year into a 1,000-year-old time formation. But that was impossible because that kind of array formation was an existence that was supernatural, and even if there was one, it would not be completed in a short period of time. Furthermore, it would require a large amount of energy to replenish. The pill furnace that W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin used was pure white. It looked like it was carved out of white jade. The patterns on the outside were extremely beautiful, causing Qinxiang to be unable to resist taking a closer look. It was clear that this pill furnace was also a good pill furnace. Sister Mei Yao, do you recognize this pill furnace? Qinxiang asked. In the heaven realm, some famous alchemists used pill furnaces that were very famous. Snow Phoenix Furnace? Why is this pill furnace in her hands? Su Meiyao said in shock when he saw the image that Long Shui sent over. Isn't that the pill furnace of the snow wind, old man? Bai Yuyu was also surprised. Could it be that the snow wind old man died? Otherwise, this pill furnace wouldn't have fallen into other people's hands. Who is the snow wind old man? Qinxiang knew who this man was from the moment he heard him. A Dan immortal with only half a foot in the alchemist realm, because when he refined pills he would summon a blizzard, so everyone in the heaven realm called him that. Later on, his information became less and less, and it was rumored that his lifespan was up. Su Meiyao said. Qinxiang looked carefully at the white pill furnace and confirmed that there was a phoenix carved on it. However, it was not that obvious as it was covered with patterns. Looks like this Snow Phoenix treasure furnace isn't the same one from back then. As long as you enter the fire, you will be able to hear the cries of phoenixes, which is very magical, and there will even be a gust of cold wind coming from the furnace. When you condense the pill furnace, your surroundings will become very cold because of the pill furnace. Su Meiyao said again. W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin processed the ingredients very quickly and finished them in a few moments, and had already started concocting the pills. But Qinxiang was still looking at her pill furnace. This kind of compet. 1. Time was also important, but Qinxiang was actually looking at other people's pill furnace. Wang Cheongjin knew that her pill furnace was very beautiful, which was also something she was very proud of. It was just that this was Ditian if it was in Heaven Realm. There would definitely be many people who would be shocked by her pill furnace. Wang Cheongjin knew that her pill furnace was very beautiful, which was also something she was very proud of. It was just that this was Ditian if it was in Heaven Realm. There would definitely be many people who would be shocked by her pill furnace. Are you planning to admit defeat? Do you know how powerful we are? The old man who lost just now shouted at Qinxiang. When he saw Wang Cheongjin using this pill furnace, he felt that there were very few people in Fire Divine Palace who would be able to look down on him in terms of pill refinement. Even Li Baojun was worried. He knew the importance of time, and if both parties had concocted the same amount of pills of the same quality, then it would depend on the time to determine the victor. This kind of pill furnace, even if you struggle for your entire life, you won't be able to obtain it. Don't even think about it. The old man sneered. Compared to the pill furnace, Qinxiang's Yanlong furnace was not bad and was ranked among the best even in the Heaven Realm. He laughed and took out a pill furnace of average quality, which was slightly better than the one Li Baojun used before. Once again, he used a normal pill furnace. Seeing this, everyone thought that Qinxiang wanted to do the same as before and use this method to make the Fire Divine Palace lose in shame. When the old man saw this pill furnace, he was not as pleased as he was earlier because he lost to someone who used this kind of broken pill furnace to concoct pills. If Fire Divine Palace lost again, he would definitely be laughed to death. Qinxiang took out some supplementary medicine. Some of the alchemists that saw Qinxiang's supplementary medicine frowned, because Qinxiang had a lot of supplementary medicine. Because there were too many, it had a huge impact on the process of refining pills. It was the common sense of every alchemist. But Chunxiang had used more than half of the supplementary ingredients compared to normal. Qianqian, watch carefully. Let's see how I'll refine the heaven-level pill and how I'll defeat this old woman. Qin Xiang whispered to Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian had already guessed that it was Qin Xiang long ago, and she focused on him. There are so many supplementary herbs. Is this guy even a rookie? If he dares to use so many supplementary ingredients on this pill furnace, it will definitely explode. He might have thought that with more supplementary ingredients, he would be able to concoct one more pill, but this is very wrong. It would only make the furnace explode faster. Qin Xiang took out Hunyuan fruit and Hunyuan tree root. Both looked to be of good quality. He started to process the herbs, but after he was done, he first threw the supplementary herbs into the pill furnace. The Hunyuan fruit and the Hunyuan tree root had not been processed and were placed inside a jade box. Using the foreseeing alchemy to refine a low-grade heaven-level pill was something that Qin Xiang could not do. Nor did he want to learn, because that method was too complicated and required far too much time. His current depurification could allow him to reach his goal very quickly, but it was very difficult for ordinary people to grasp, because it required a very strong flame and divine sense as a foundation. After Qin Xiang dealt with the Hunyuan fruit, he placed it on his palm and released a flame to burn. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. He actually wanted to concoct pills in such a manner. This was something they had never mentioned before, nor had they ever heard of. Although it looked very stupid, no one dared to mock Qin Xiang. The old man on the Fire Divine Palace's side also had a drastic change in expression, because the flames Qin Xiang was releasing right now were extremely powerful. The most admirable thing was Qin Xiang's ability to control fire, which only made the crowd feel that the fire was very strong, but not even the slightest bit of hot air was released. It had to be known that the flames he was releasing right now didn't even have a pill furnace to H.I. plus any on them, and didn't even emit the slightest bit of hot air. W.A.N.G. Chongjin frowned, because that type of flame looked no different from normal flames. It didn't seem to be a person who owned a fire soul. Otherwise, the flame would have a color, but that type of flame was extremely powerful, close to the existence of sky fire. She had never heard of Qin Xiang using this kind of pill refining method before. Qin Xiang burned the Hunyuan fruit for an hour, but there were no changes to it. This made the Dan King present extremely shocked. They knew Qin Xiang did not use the foreseeing alchemy, but using such a strong flame to burn the Hunyuan fruit did not cause any reaction, which made it hard for them to understand. If it was inside the furnace, then the Hunyuan fruit could explode at any time. It required a very precise flame to slowly refine the Hunyuan fruit into powder. But the flame that Qin Xiang was currently using was very strong, and it was gradually increasing in strength, as if the Hunyuan fruit was defending and Qin Xiang was attacking with fire. Li Baojuan's eyes did not blink as he looked at the Hunyuan fruit in Qin Xiang's hand. He had heard of this method of refining pills, but he had looked down on it at the time, thinking that it was just an illusion of a pill refining technique. It did not even exist. Furthermore, it was impossible for it to exist because that was completely subversive of the traditional method of refining pills. But right now, Qin Xiang was using this method to refine heaven-level pills. He knew that this method had one benefit, which was that he could not use foreseeing alchemy. The last few times Qin Xiang refined a Hunyuan fruit, he had not been able to succeed, and had been hit by the Hunyuan fruit until it exploded. With only a small amount left, this time he had to succeed, otherwise he would not be able to defeat W.A.N.G. Chongjin in the strongest possible way. As the G.O.D. power attacked the Hunyuan fruit's elixir spirit, the heaven fire burned its defense continuously. The two forces were working together to break through the Hunyuan fruit's defense, to refine it into powder, and then put it into the furnace to refine, compress, and unleash all the potential power of the Hunyuan fruit. After 4 hours had said, the Hunyuan fruit in Qinxiang's hand suddenly shone with a gold light. On the surface of the Hunyuan fruit, there were many golden spots. The golden light persisted for a moment, and at the same time, Qinxiang's forehead was drenched in sweat. After the golden light disappeared, many cracks appeared on the surface of the Hunyuan fruit, and following that, it started to collapse inwards bit by bit, eventually turning into a pile of golden powder. Qinxiang exhaled a long breath. Because he had finally succeeded in refining this Hunyuan fruit. He was very happy. He placed the refined Hunyuan fruit into the Yanlong furnace. And then there was the Hunyuan tree root. Dan King was capable of refining heaven-level pills. And they had also refined this Hunyuan fruit before. It was even more difficult than the Flying Dan. The time it took was not short. It would at least take 2 days and 2 nights. Seeing Qinxiang using the method he had just used to refine the Hunyuan tree root, everyone guessed what he should do next. After refining the Hunyuan tree root, they would throw it into the furnace to complete the final batch of pills. However, many alchemists also saw that using this method would solve many problems. At the scene, many alchemists were discussing this new and powerful pill refining techniques of Qinxiang's because he could not use the foreseeing alchemy. At the scene, many alchemists were discussing this new and powerful pill refining techniques of Qinxiang's because he could not use the foreseeing alchemy. How did he manage to use fire to refine the Hunyuan fruit? When he uses flames, it's always very strong flames. Logically speaking, this method of burning Hunyuan fruit won't work. In the end, it would either explode or dissipate. He also needs to control the supplementary ingredients in the furnace, as well as the medicine aura and the medicinal powder. The two would definitely clash inside the furnace. He needs a very strong mind to support him. The most important thing is the method he uses to refine the Hunyuan fruit outside. This is definitely not as simple as just using fire to burn it. We're only seeing it on the surface. Of course, it wasn't simple. This was a method Qinxiang had developed from comprehending the heavenly alchemy, and the incantations he used to refine the medicinal ingredients came from the heavenly alchemy. Only Wu Qianqian knew a little, because Qinxiang had told her before that if she wanted to use this method, it required a very strong flame and consciousness. She felt that a strong flame was not a problem, because she had a way to level up her own fire soul. But in terms of consciousness, she needed to work hard to refine the heaven-level pill before she could fly up, and at that time, she would be able to get close to the heaven realm. If she really lost to Qinxiang, she would not have the face to meet anyone. Previously, she said that Qinxiang had humiliated her in his compet. One Tian and said that Qinxiang was not even an ant, so she could not lose. Refining the Hunyuan tree root was very easy for Qinxiang. When he was refining the yin and yang ji, D blood in his body would produce a kind of strange feeling, which would allow him to have a kind of weak and wondrous connection with the medicine spirit of the Hunyuan tree root. When he was refining the Hunyuan tree root with fire, he would not encounter such a strong resistance. It could be said to be very easy to refine it. In just 2 hours, the segment of black Hunyuan tree root in Qinxiang's hands turned into a snow-white color and then shattered into a pile of slowly rotating white powder. The medicine aura outside was also spinning, and it looked like a small vortex that was emitting white light. Qinxiang placed the refined Hunyuan tree root into the pill furnace. At this time, he had already entered the process of condensing the pill and began to condense everything in the furnace. It had only been 6 hours, yet he had already reached this stage, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. At this time, many alchemists wanted to learn this pill refining technique, but they knew that this was definitely someone else's secret. It would not be easy to learn this technique unless they joined the Dragon Subduing School. Originally, they had wanted to defeat Dragon Subduing School ruthlessly and win a large amount of pellets, but now they did not expect that they had already lost half. But even if the furnace were to explode now, he could still learn from the newly concocted pills. There were no restrictions in terms of quality, number of pills produced, or time limit, so long as he could Serpa. S the other party in terms of quality, quant. 1. Tie and time, he would still be able to win. The time needed to condense the core wasn't very long. But this was with the use of the foreseeing alchemy, so the depurification that Chen Xiang was currently using would take some time. Ji Chungjin had always been worried that Chen Xiang would concoct pills faster than her, but now that she saw that Chen Xiang had not succeeded in concocting pills in the past 4 hours, she felt a lot more relaxed. She thought that even if Chen Xiang was faster in terms of quality and quant, 1. Tai, he would probably not be able to defeat her. Everyone was curious about what exactly was happening inside the furnace. Under normal circumstances, when refining a heaven-level refining pill, the furnace would slightly shake, releasing the power inside the furnace. Especially the pill furnace that Chen Xiang was using now. If it was not shaken, it could expose itself at any time, meaning that the energy inside could not be released at all. But if the furnace was going to explode, Chen Xiang had persisted for so long. Li Baojun and Wu Qianqian immediately thought of something. They were very familiar with Chen Xiang's pill refining results. But now, Chen Xiang's furnace did not shake nor release any of the energy within, which meant that Chen Xiang was compressing all the energy that he needed to release together. Furthermore, it would transform into a berserk energy that raged inside the pill furnace, especially when refining pills. Under normal circumstances, the alchemist would only use this energy little by shaking the pill furnace to ensure the success of the condensing of the pill. Chen Xiang did not do this because he wanted to give more pills. Now that he had the time, he wanted to win even more thoroughly. So he used this time to refine an even more perfect set of Hanyuan Dan. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, it was already dark, and Chen Xiang was still the same as before. There were no movements from the pill furnace, but it was still working inside. Everyone suddenly had their doubts about Chen Xiang's new pill refining skills. They previously thought it was extremely fast, but now it seemed like he did not have any advantages. To think that he had taken so long to condense the pill. Seeing that Chen Xiang did not condense the pellet very quickly, the people of Ji Chungjin and the Fire Divine Palace immediately felt that victory was in their hands, because the people who came with Ji Chungjin were all the trusted aides that Ji Chungjin had brought with him from the heaven realm. They all knew her refining level, especially the heaven-level pellet. The sky was about to brighten, but Chen Xiang still had his eyes closed. He sat cross-legged on the ground expressionlessly and poured flames into the pill furnace. Just then, Ji Chungjin's pill furnace suddenly started shaking, causing everyone's eyes to light up. They had been waiting for Chen Xiang for a long time, but he did not move at all, and now Ji Chungjin had caught up to them, although he was a little late at the core formation stage. But in the end, the condensing of the pill was still faster than Chen Xiang. Ji Chungjin started to despise Chen Xiang because she felt that Chen Xiang's pill refining skills were only mediocre. In the end, he still needed the same amount of time, but that was all. The sky was completely bright, and the warm morning sun was HI plus Ning on the compet. 1. Tying grounds. Everyone was also worried because Ji Chungjin's pill furnace was shaking more and more, and because he had released too much energy at the very last moment, it required him to release it. In other words, Ji Chungjin was about to succeed. Ji Chungjin's snow-white pill furnace shook violently for a while before suddenly stopping. Ji Chungjin opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy, but Chen Xiang was not done yet, as he still had his eyes closed. I thought you were just that powerful. Ji Chungjin opened his pill furnace and took out 2 HI plus Ning golden Hanyuan Dan S. Seeing these 2 high-quality Hanyuan Dan S, everyone let out a series of exclamations. The Hanyuan Dan S that could only produce one pellet, W. And Ji Cheongjin used one day and one night to refine two of them. Fire Divine Palace lost. No matter how powerful he is, he will at most have two pellets. However, his time is slower than his opponents. At the beginning, I thought he was very powerful, but I didn't expect that he was just putting on an act. That's all. Everyone turned to look at the Fire Divine Palace, Wisconsin H. I, plussing for nothing more than to throw themselves into him, because there stood a very outstanding and powerful alchemist. Chen Xiang was not even finished refining yet, and there were already people who told him to give up, because, from their perspectives, Chen Xiang had no chance of winning. Chen Xiang was not even finished refining yet, and there were already people who told him to give up, because, from their perspectives, Chen Xiang had no chance of winning. W. A. And Ji Cheongjin looked at Chen Xiang with a pair of dark and cold eyes. The method Chen Xiang used to refine the medicinal ingredients was still very powerful. Even someone like W. A. and Ji Cheongjin wouldn't be able to understand what was going on. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to refine the medicinal ingredients into her palm like Chen Xiang previously. However, Chen Xiang had used a very short amount of time to refine those two main medicinal ingredients, and on this point W. A. and Ji Cheongjin could not help but admire Chen Xiang. 2 hours after W. A. and Ji Cheongjin finished refining, Chen Xiang finally opened his eyes. Seeing his calm expression, his eyes shone with a confident light, and many people shook their heads. You won't have a chance to win anymore. Even if you push yourself to death, you can only refine 2 high-quality Hanyuan Dan, but they are faster than you. You are bound to lose. Unless you can refine 3 Hanyuan Dan S, but that's simply impossible. The 2 main ingredients for Hanyuan Dan S are just like that, and it's difficult for them to condense 3 Hanyuan Dan S. Even the Supreme Pill Saints would not be able to do that. Just admit defeat. It's not like your dragon subduing school has completely lost. You guys have won 1. You've lost 1. The old man from the Fire Divine Palace was secretly happy because he still had a chance to defeat Li Baojun. Right now, he believed that the Fire Divine Palace had already lost, so they still had to continue competing until one of them could win 2 rounds in a row. Chen Xiang let out a light breath and said lightly, "There's no need to compete anymore. You have already lost." He opened the lid of the pill furnace, and 4 rays of golden light shot out from it. They shot straight into the sky, accompanied by a strong medicinal fragrance. Looking at the 4 pill lights, everyone was in shock, especially the old alchemist. It's pill light. I never thought that the legendary pill light actually exists. For Hanyuan Dan, that's impossible. I must have seen wrongly. The appearance of this pill indicates that the quality of this pill has reached its peak. It's the peak quality of the heaven-level pill. It can be said that this pill has transcended mortality and nurtured a holy light. Inside the poor quality pill furnace, there were 4 floating pills wrapped in a hazy golden light. When they saw that it was indeed 4 Hanyuan Dan S, everyone was flabbergasted. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. A Hanyuan Dan being able to refine 2 of them was already considered to be an incredible feat if it was only for 3, although it was possible. But everyone believed that only a pill saint would be able to do it, but the person in front of them was actually able to refine 4, and they were even able to emit a pill light. Chen Xiang's refining skills had completely overturned every single alchemist's understanding towards the Tao of Pills, and went against all the rules of the Tao of Pills. W. A. and Ji Cheongjin also opened her mouth, slightly in shock. Disbelief written all over her face. Forget about 4 pills. Just that pill light alone was enough to completely defeat her. Even if the other party could refine 2, just their quality alone would be enough to defeat her. He did not use the foreseeing alchemy, but he did concoct a shocking batch of pills. 4 of them were Hanyuan Dan, and the appearance of these pills made people think that he was the successor of the pill saint. You've lost. Li Baojun was startled for a good long while before he said slowly, "Here you go, W. And Ji Cheongjin threw a storage bag to Li Baojun, which contained a large amount of pills. They had all been completely defeated by the opponent, with a large gap between them. They had originally wanted to find fault with him, but in the end they had actually lost and ran off with their tails between their legs. In order to concoct this pill, Chen Xiang had used up a lot of energy. He only bid goodbye to Li Baojun and hurried back to his room to rest. "Little scoundrel, you're really amazing. Just how did you do it?" Even Su Meiyao didn't know how Chen Xiang managed to achieve such a feat with his level. He would undoubtedly be able to contend against those pill Saint Dan Immortaless. If he were to compete against those fellows in refining Hanyuan Dan, even if Chen Xiang didn't win, he definitely wouldn't lose. Su Meiyao had muddled his way through the alchemy world above the heaven realm, and he knew that Chen Xiang's current level had already surpassed S, said many of the other Dan Immortaless. It was just that the alchemy grade he could refine now was still low, but he would definitely be able to grow it in the future. Chen Xiang laughed. "The limit of the Hanyuan Dan's medicine is 3.5 pills, but when I put in the supplementary medicine previously I put in a lot more, and at that time there were even a bunch of idiots who laughed at me. It was all thanks to these supplementary medicine that I was able to get the 4th Hanyuan Dan, and as for that pill light, I am not sure how it appeared." Su Meiyao said, "As long as it is a heaven-level pill, and above the quality Serpa SES superior. Once the peak quality is reached, a pill will HI plus NE, Sister Meiyao. I will definitely teach you from now on." Chen Xiang laughed. Chen Xiang and Li Baojun were both here. The two of them were discussing about things related to alchemy, and when they saw that Chen Xiang was out in high spirits, they all stood up. Chen Xiang laughed. "I may have to leave for a period of time, but before that I will simply explain the principles behind my GOD purification." Wu Qianqian and Li Baojun nodded, and didn't ask anything further. Chen Xiang explained the GOD purification technique in detail, and then explained the key points. After hearing everything, Wu Qianqian and Li Baojun looked at Chen Xiang strangely, because Chen Xiang's method of refining pills was simply too abnormal. To think that they would want to directly deal with the medicinal spirit within the medicinal ingredients, and also Chen Xiang's consciousness, which would definitely be extremely strong. This was because they were unable to fulfill the requirements Chen Xiang had set, and their consciousness was not strong enough. "It seems that only by raising my consciousness can I use this kind of GOD purification." Li Baojun was a little disappointed, but he also felt that it was very normal. Wu Qianqian already knew that the requirements for the soul consciousness was very high, so she was mentally prepared. In the future, the first thing she would do when she cultivated her soul consciousness was to allow her to improve her soul consciousness, while also mastering this mystical pill refining technique. Chen Xiang said, "In the next period of time, the Fire Divine Palace will not attack the Chen Martial Continent too quickly. They just lost so many pills, so they will need some time to recover." Wu Qianqian was the first to leave. She had matters to take care of in Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Li Baojun had just brought a large batch of pills and had to split them, so she was busy. That batch of pellets were all below the top quality of ground level. There were no heaven-level medicinal ingredients, but the Tai was extremely large. If they could win over the pellets, then Dragon Subduing School would be able to cultivate even more outstanding disciples. Chen Xiang left the Dragon Subduing City and came to a very remote place. He dug out a huge stone room at the bottom of the ground and then took out the heaven-suppressed immortal monument. Chen Xiang left the Dragon Subduing City and came to a very remote place. He dug out a huge stone room at the bottom of the ground and then took out the heaven-suppressed immortal monument. After obtaining the heaven-suppressed immortal monument, he had yet to carefully study it. The heaven-suppressed immortal monument was very powerful, and was even a powerful weapon that could restrain magical equipment formations. The super-strong array discs of the purple, profound Holy Mountain and the Blazing Mountain were already destroyed by the heaven-suppressed immortal monument. There must be something powerful inside this heaven-suppressed immortal monument. As long as it absorbs a large amount of energy, it can release a very strong, icy, cold power that can freeze everything. Chunxiang said, "That's for sure." Back then, this heaven-suppressed immortal monument wanted to use it to suppress the ice sky and make it more stable, allowing it to release its icy cold power all year round. "I just didn't expect it to land outside the 9 heavens," Ditan. Baiyu said. Chunxiang took out the ice dragon sword sheath. This sword sheath was the key to opening the treasure chest, and he still had 2 treasure chests that he had to open. But it was difficult to replenish the energy inside the ice dragon's sword sheath, so he wanted to use this heaven-suppressed immortal monument to try. He obtained 3 treasure chests from the chaotic mountain and opened one of them. There was a handful of Hammer of G. Oh, D, and the remaining 2 must also have good items, so he had always been thinking about it. He had initially planned to use the energy extracted from the profound Bing to fill it up, but it was not going to work. Chunxiang placed his hand on top of the heaven-suppressed immortal monument and started to pour his power into it. The top of the heaven-suppressed immortal monument indeed released a very strong power of frost, causing the stone walls of the cave that was deep down to become covered in frost. After the extremely cold energy was released from the top of the heaven-suppressed immortal monument, he immediately used devouring magic, kung fu, to absorb it. Then he placed the icy cold power into the ice dragon's sword sheath. "There's movement." Chunxiang was immediately overjoyed. The ice dragon's sword sheath in his hand emitted a weak glow and was surrounded by a faint white cold mist. He did not expect it to succeed, and it was Raplini's. Plussing it very quickly as well. The recovery speed was very fast, but Chunxiang's exhaustion was also very fast, and in just a short while he had lost 70 to 80% of his innate qi. Luckily, he had a large number of pills to replenish his innate qi, and after consuming those pills, he was able to recover after meditating for a while, and then continue to replenish the ice dragon sword sheath. Judging from this speed, I should be able to open those 2 treasure chests very soon. What exactly is inside? It shouldn't be that much inferior to that Hammer of God, right? Chunxiang thought excitedly in his heart. The Hammer of God was already a powerful being in his eyes. He felt that the treasures in the 2 treasure chests shouldn't be more powerful than the Hammer of God. After 3 days, the mysterious cold energy within the ice dragon sword's sheath had already recovered to its fullest. He immediately took out a treasure chest and excitedly inserted the ice dragon's sword sheath into the keyhole, then carefully rotated the ice dragon's sword sheath. At the same time, he could feel the energy inside the ice dragon's sword's sheath draining away at a rapid pace. After a crackling sound, all the energy in the ice dragon's sword's sheath was gone, and the treasure chest was already opened. Chunxiang opened the lid with all his might, only to see a piece of yellow paper inside. It was actually a piece of paper, but Chunxiang was not disappointed. If there was some powerful, mystical technique recorded inside, then this piece of paper was extremely precious. This piece of paper was very big with a round table. Chunxiang looked at the thing on this piece of paper carefully. It was a map, and he did not recognize any of the names on it. "What is this place?" Chunxiang stroked his chin and looked at the names. This treasure chest had existed many years ago, so this map must be very old. The names of those places might have already been changed, and the topography on the map would have greatly changed. It wasn't easy to find a place that matched this map. It shouldn't be just ACRAPPY map, right? Long Shui said in disappointment. She had been looking forward to it for so long, but it was actually just a lousy map. When Chunxiang turned the page, he only saw a pattern on the back. The pattern was circular and was as big as a wash basin, but the patterns on the back looked like they were made by chicken claws. He had no idea what the pattern had meaning, and it was not the spirit grayness either. This pattern looks familiar. Let me think. Su Meiyao suddenly said. After Chunxiang waited for a while, she was shocked by Su Meiyao sudden scream and shouted in shock. I remember what kind of background this pattern has. It's a symbol unique to Dan Emperor. What? Who is this Dan Emperor? Seeing Su Meiyao being so shocked, Qinxiang felt that the Dan Emperor must have some background. I don't know, I only know that he is a very powerful pill refiner, an existence that Serpa SES the pill saint, hence he is called Dan Emperor, but that was just a legend. Back then my master told me about this Dan Emperor before, and this pattern was something that only he could draw. The one that I saw was very small, and this one was very big, so I couldn't think of it for a moment. Su Meiyao said. Qinxiang looked at the glyph devils and pondered. Could it be that this Dan Emperor is also one of the 9 Emperor Kings? I wonder how strong this guy is, and this map might be related to him. Although the Fire Divine Palace would not attack the Chun Martial Continent for a short period of time, Qinxiang was worried that he would not be able to find the treasure based on the map. Let's open the remaining treasure chest first. Hopefully it isn't some bulls. HI plus T item. Back then, the Ice Dragon said that the items in these treasure chests weren't very good. Long Shui said. Qinxiang kept the map. If he wanted to go, he would need to find those places, and it would take him a long time to find them. He continued to use the heaven-suppressed Immortal Monument S to restore the Ice Dragon's sword sheaths to their original state. He was finally able to open the last treasure chest. Because the last treasure chest was not very good, Qinxiang was not as excited as last time. But even if the remaining treasure chest could not produce a good item, he would not be too disappointed because he had already obtained a Hammer of Ji and would be very satisfied. The last one, let's see what's inside. Qinxiang rotated the sword sheath, releasing all the energy from the sword sheath. This time he was surprised. The lid of the treasure chest suddenly popped open, only to see a burst of red light coming out, followed by a blood-red dagger floating out of the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest actually took out such a lethal weapon. The demonic chi alone made Qinxiang feel extremely uncomfortable. The dagger released a glaring evil bloodlight, which flew over. Qinxiang had no time to dodge. The dagger stabbed at his chest, but his profound Wu diamond armor appeared at the first moment and blocked the life-stealing attack. Although it looked no different from an ordinary dagger, the scene just now had shocked Qinxiang. If not for the fact that profound Wu diamond armor had appeared quickly, he felt that after the dagger had pierced into his body, it would have released a strong demonic energy that wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his dantian and destroying his divine sensi. This demonic energy was simply too terrifying. Although it looked no different from an ordinary dagger, the scene just now had shocked Qinxiang. If not for the fact that profound Wu diamond armor had appeared quickly, he felt that after the dagger had pierced into his body, it would have released a strong demonic energy that wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his dantian and destroying his divine sensi. This demonic energy was simply too terrifying. That was close. That strike just now, even Immortal Monarch would have died. Qinxiang said with fear still lingering in his heart. After that, he picked up the dagger. Other than it being slightly heavier, it looked really no different from an ordinary dagger, only that its shape was somewhat old and rough. This thing must have been used by a powerful warrior from the Devil Cultivator. It has been refined using his own demonic energy for many years. Even a divine craftsman would not be able to create it in a short period of time. So which powerful Devil Cultivator is it? After Bai Yu finished speaking, she began to think deeply, recalling some of the ancient secrets she had told him. This treasure chest was left behind when Di Tian was finished. It should be the experts of that period of time. We will definitely not know how many experts there were during that period of time. Maybe Duan Chong or the White Tiger will know about it. Su Meiyao said, among the 10 kings of the 9 heavens, could there be a demon emperor? Perhaps that dagger was left behind by the demon emperor? Long Shui guessed. I think only Devil Cultivator of that level can make a normal dagger this powerful. Qinxiang held the dagger and poured it into the innate qi, only to see it once again emit a red glow, but it was extremely weak. However, when the red glow appeared on the dagger, Qin Xiang felt that the dagger was extremely powerful. He swiped at the stone wall lightly, and an invisible qi flew out, which actually left a deep scratch. Amazing, he might really be a demon emperor. I wonder if the demon emperor is among the 9 emperor 10 kings. Bai Yu was the devil cultivator, so she was very curious about the demon emperor and felt that there should be one. Qin Xiang said, "Go and ask the white tiger. I have some things to do with him. This dagger is a good item. In the future, when I meet the devil cultivator, I will use this to scare them." Qin Xiang was very satisfied with the last treasure chest. In order to obtain the map and the dagger, he had no choice but to find the white tiger. The place where the white tiger profound realm was located was at the edge of the Chun martial continent. However, ordinary people would not be able to enter even if they knew that there was a profound realm there. Qin Xiang had a white tiger divine weapon, so when he came here, as long as he sensed the profound realm and released his power, he would be able to open a door. As Qin Xiang entered, he appeared in a sea of flowers. Standing on top of a small hill, he greedily breathed in the fragrant air that was accompanied by the flower fragrance, and looked at the large expanse of flowers in the distance. After passing through the beautiful green plains, he entered a forest. Tall and straight trees lined up neatly in an orderly manner. All kinds of bird calls made this forest bustling with activity, bringing endless life. Someone had entered. It didn't take long for the patriarch of the White Tiger fighting race, Baijan, to arrive. He knew that Qin Xiang was here, so he wasn't too nervous. "I really want to stay here for a while." After Qin Xiang saw Baijan, he sighed. "Anytime." Baijan treated Qin Xiang as if he were of the same generation, because he knew that Qin Xiang had obtained the White Tiger divine weapon, and the members of the White Tiger fighting race knew very well that it would only be obtained by defeating the White Tiger. The White Tiger had already changed its residence. It was no longer on the large tree from before, but inside a simple and unadorned small courtyard. He was not surprised that Qin Xiang had arrived. The White Tiger wore a white robe. Although he had extremely strong strength, he did not make anyone feel any pressure. On his face was an amiable smile. At that moment, he was sitting next to a pond, and he was actually plussing. A big white cat that likes to eat fish. That's how boring it is. Long Xue snorted. Qin Xiang came to the White Tiger's side and also sat down by the pond. He was already very familiar with the White Tiger and was like friends with it, so he did not need to be courteous. "You actually didn't come to save me. You are my dragon subduing school's great elder." Qin Xiang joked. "You are a dignified leader. You don't even need me, the great clan elder, to help you. Look, aren't you out now? And this is pretty good as well." If the White Tiger went to save Qin Xiang, the Fire Divine Palace might just disappear right away. After the sound of the wind blowing, they could come out and cause some more trouble. Qin Xiang recalled how, in order to escape, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "At that time, I almost couldn't get out. It was really difficult for me to break free from that seal." The White Tiger changed its hand to the fist. Plussing rod, and said with a smile, "But you're still not out yet." Qin Xiang lay down and looked at the dark blue sky within the White Tiger profound realm. He especially yearned for the tranquility here, but he knew that he was not fit to live such a peaceful life. "Did you take revenge on the Fire Divine Palace?" The White Tiger looked at Qin Xiang and asked. "Of course they did. They destroyed one of their immortal kings. What made them most distressed was the fact that the Ice Emperor was completely destroyed by me. But they didn't know that I did it. They still thought that I was sealed." Qin Xiang laughed proudly. "Ice Emperor, this guy is still alive." The White Tiger frowned and pulled up the fists. Plussing rod, then threw the fists. Plussing hook out. He also felt very surprised when he heard about the matter with the Ice Emperor, and he had even been completely killed by Qin Xiang. Fire Divine Palace wants to revive the Ice Emperor, but it just so happens that I know their plan. After I came out of that Ned seal, the first thing I did was to send that Ice Emperor on his way. Fire Divine Palace is currently half dead. If I were to revive the Ice Emperor, it would definitely be able to provide them with a lot of power. Back then, Chi Plus had a great battle with them, but they were not killed completely, and at their level it would be difficult for them to die entirely. I never thought that you would actually kill them. How did you do that? If I say it out loud, you won't despise me, right? This was a big secret of Qin Xiang's, but he could confess it to the White Tiger as it would allow him to obtain more of the secrets of the past from the White Tiger. The White Tiger thought for a bit. It knew that Qin Xiang had many wicked tricks, but no matter how it thought about it, it just could not understand how Qin Xiang had completely killed the Ice Emperor. Even the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord would not be able to do that. Otherwise, the Ice Emperor and the Fire Emperor would not be able to live past this era. The White Tiger thought for a while, and still felt that it was better not to know. He had already seen some things from Qin Xiang's eyes. The White Tiger thought for a while, and still felt that it was better not to know. He had already seen some things from Qin Xiang's eyes. You didn't come to me just to show off how you killed Ice Emperor, right? The White Tiger did not continue asking Qin Xiang how he killed Ice Emperor. Qin Xiang looked at the pond, grabbed a handful of GRAS, and threw it in. Looking at the rippling water, he asked, "What fish is in the pond you're in? You're so bored. There must be fish." The White Tiger laughed. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." Qin Xiang scratched his head and said, "Right now, there are 2 powerful immortal kings in Fire Divine Palace. If they want to attack Chen Martial Continent, it would be very difficult for me to stop them." This was one of the reasons why Qin Xiang was looking for the White Tiger. If it was before, I'm afraid I would have made my move. Now you don't have to worry. After Qin Xiang heard this, he became even more suspicious. Previously, he felt that the immortal kings were worrying about something, so he did not dare to personally attack the Chen Martial Continent. Otherwise, it would only take a day or 2, and it would not cause the Fire Divine Palace to lose so many people. The White Tiger said, "In this new Imperial Heaven world, there is a new law, which is a very mysterious power. This law will change with the growth of the new Imperial Heaven world. And this law power is born to allow the reborn Ditian to grow in a more equitable environment. At the same time, it will also prevent the newly born Ditian from being destroyed by a powerful force. In other words, the power of law would deal with those immortal kings. If those immortal kings were to make a move, would they be annihilated by this power of law?" Qin Xiang was secretly rejoicing in his heart. The power of the ancient code was extremely mysterious. It was a powerful force that could maintain the flow of the world. The White Tiger shook its head and said, "It's not destroying the immortal king, but destroying the world. If the law energy senses that this newborn and fragile Ditian is threatened by a powerful force, that power will destroy all living beings in this world and give birth to new ones. This way, the world won't split apart again." When Qin Xiang heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He was no longer worried about the threat of the immortal kings to the Chen Martial Continent, but rather the threat of the entire Ditian. If this came out from someone else's mouth, Qin Xiang would think that these words were mysterious, but since it was said by the White Tiger, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Qin Xiang's expression, the White Tiger laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about them taking action to kill all of you. I won't let them destroy this world, which is also why I am in this world." Of the 4 divine beasts, only the White Tiger was still here. Qin Xiang only thought that he was reincarnated because he had been killed by someone stronger than him. "You are here to protect the new Imperial Heaven world?" Qin Xiang asked. "If I could protect him, then he wouldn't have broken down. I am just an unlucky person who was forced to stay here by all sorts of means. I am only responsible for allowing the new Imperial Heaven world to grow. Once the new Imperial Heaven world is fully matured, it will not be something that I can control, and at that time the power of the ancient code will not be restricted anymore." The White Tiger smiled bitterly. With regards to the matters of the new Imperial Heaven world, that was still far in the future. Knowing that the immortal kings would not interfere, Qin Xiang felt more at ease. Grand Elder, how much do you know about the matter of the 9 emperor kings back then? Qin Xiang asked. The 10 kings of the 9 emperors. Is this something that was Pa-S said down? I have never heard of the 10 kings of the 9 emperors before, but I know that the 9 emperors are fellows who rule over 9 realms. The 5 emperors are 5 experts who are very strong, unworthy of the title of emperor, and are respected by many. Their strengths are all around the same level. The story of the 9 emperor 10 kings was something that Qin Xiang had heard from Duanchong. But when it came to the white tiger, there was a huge difference. The white tiger continued, perhaps some of the records that were Pa-S said down are too ancient and are mistaken for the 9 emperor 10 kings. Although it's said that they're from the 9th heaven, how can the emperor be compared to them? Qin Xiang nodded and asked, then are the Dan emperor and the demon emperor among the 9 emperors? Logically speaking, it should be hard for you to know about this. After so many years, even some of the old B.A.S., T.A.R., D.S. in Heaven Realm would know about this. How did you know? The white tiger was very curious about this. Why is it that these things have to be sealed off? Even if it were to be Pa-S said down, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. From the white tiger's reaction, it could be seen that the Dan Emperor and the Demon Emperor existed, because the white tiger sighed and did not say it out loud, causing Qin Xiang to secretly curse a few times in his heart. Why are you asking about the Demon Emperor and the Dan Emperor? Did you have news about them? Among the 9 emperors back then, only the Ice Emperor was able to determine whether they were dead or alive. The white tiger laughed. Qin Xiang took out the map and the dagger. After the white tiger saw the dagger, it hurriedly put down the fists. Plussing rod. Moreover, its murderous aura was also released, as if it was attracted by the mysterious dagger. It really is the Demon Emperor's item. The white tiger took a deep breath and suddenly recalled the past. It couldn't help but sigh. It looks like the Demon Emperor has been using this dagger for many years in order to cause this to happen. But a character like the Demon Emperor often uses this dagger. It doesn't quite make sense. Qin Xiang said, the Demon Emperor is a very insidious guy. He was also known as the Great Emperor of Nation. He was originally a very ordinary mortal, but due to a stroke of luck he became an Sin, and then grew up step by step. He cultivated the demonic way and became a strong warrior in the Devil Cultivator. The white tiger picked up the dagger, played with it for a bit, and then returned it back to Qin Xiang. The white tiger took up the map that seemed very old and continued to say, logically speaking, this dagger should have belonged to the Demon Emperor. It should have been nurtured by his demonic energy for many years, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that it is a divine soldier. But why would it flow out? Could it be that he died? This was what Qin Xiang had taken out from the treasure chests, and the treasure chests were left behind by the ancestors of the ancient powers that were hidden in the chaotic mountain for their descendants. How did you get it? The white tiger asked. How did you get it? The white tiger asked. It's a long story. Qin Xiang was a little embarrassed, said to tell the white tiger about the chaotic mountain, because he did not explain everything to them. It was also at that time that they attracted the attention of Long Yanjing, and even killed a small holy dragon. Now that he thought about it, that Prince Imperial Dragon was really done in by Qin Xiang, and it was even framed on someone else's body. Thinking back to this matter, Qin Xiang had disappeared during that time and appeared again later. You brat, you are truly too reckless. However, I still do not understand some things. Back then, there was someone who personally saw that Super Yuan sect leader killing someone. From Qin Xiang's expression, he could tell that the Prince Imperial Dragon was done in by him, although Qin Xiang did not go into detail. The person who I saw with my own eyes was my insider. Qin Xiang chuckled, and then explained in detail what happened in the Chaotic Mountains treasure chest. Qin Xiang took out the hammer of G.O.D. He knew that the white tiger had definitely seen this thing before. As expected, after he took it out, the white tiger immediately became excited. I didn't think that this thing would fall into your hands. You should be using this thing to hit people all day long. I wonder if the old man would be angered to the point of spitting out blood if he found out. Based on Chen Xiang's personality, he could guess that Chen Xiang had used the hammer to kill many people. Quick, take a look at this map. This should be something from the Dan Emperor. 3 treasure chests. It's the most inferior one to the Dan Emperor right now. Chen Xiang said. The white tiger opened the map and took a look. After a brief look, its expression changed and became very serious. Within the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, the Dan Emperor is one of them and is rumored to be the strongest of the 9 emperors. Moreover, this guy is pretending to be 2 ident. 1 ties, and both the Dan Emperor and the senior pill elder are him. I only found out later. The white tiger said, 1 person was enough to earn 2 tlees in 9 emperors and 5 venerables. This person was truly powerful and made Chen Xiang feel that there was a future for him to refine pills. Then what's the use of this map? Chen Xiang was most concerned about this. If the white tiger knew the location of the map, he would definitely go there. I don't know, but the Dan Emperor himself drew it. There is a pattern on it that he can only draw. The thing at the north is just a mess. Only he can draw it with such charm, so it must be his hand. As to what exactly he is hiding, you have to take a look to know. The white tiger said, Where? If he knew where it was, Chen Xiang might have already gone over. Is this Di Tian? No, it should be above Heaven Realm. You can go there in the future and find those places. But that place is very dangerous, so before you go there, you must make sufficient preparations and must have sufficient strength to do so. Otherwise, you will very easily die there. It was very obvious that the white tiger knew what kind of place that was, but it did not say it explicitly. He knew that no matter what, Chen Xiang would definitely go and take a look. Chen Xiang kept the map. He was a little disappointed that he was not at Di Tian's level. You don't have to worry about those immortal kings. At most, they are just people who are plotting behind their backs or guiding them when it comes to cultivation. They won't do anything. And if they dare to use the power of the immortal king, then I will be able to sense it too. So I will immediately go out and stop them. The white tiger said. Chen Xiang was relieved a lot now and left the white tiger profound realm at ease. Even if he revealed his ident. 1. Now, those immortal kings would probably not dare to make a move against him. And that was also the reason why the fire divine palace mistress was always guarding the seal. Because he missed this chance, the second time would be when he could not use his strongest power, otherwise he would be killed. After leaving the white tiger profound realm, Chen Xiang looked at the blue sky outside. Even though it was very quiet in the wilderness, there was a little less peace. Chen Xiang ran towards a nearby city. There was a transmission array there, allowing him to quickly reach the divine weapon's heavenly country. But he saw a large group of people on the streets. Amongst these few hundred people, there were more than 100 who were children, and a few dozen who had turbid innate chi in their bodies. However, their strengths were all average, and their strongest were only at the peak of the extreme realm. It was obvious that this group of people had escaped from somewhere else and came here. Although the Chun martial continent had always been under attack from other forces, it was just that the border was a little chaotic. It was very safe inside the Chun martial continent, so it wasn't strange for them to have fled here. Chen Xiang walked over and asked a big-sized man, who was also the strongest here, a rogue cultivator, "Brother, where did you come from? What happened over there?" Chen Xiang asked. Since he had met with us, he could not ignore it. He suspected that it was caused by the invasion of the spirit demon beings. He had obtained most of the inheritance from the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, so he definitely could not sit still and do something like using the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Over there, the demons are attacking our city. We are the only ones that survived. The man sighed and looked at the refugees. Chen Xiang looked at the direction the big-sized man pointed, then went through SPAC and disappeared without a trace. This made the big-sized man startled, but he knew that he was definitely an expert, and one that wanted to kill the demon. He quickly said through a large mountain range and saw the city. However, the city was no longer there, it was just a wasteland, and when he looked around, he did not find anyone alive there. There were also no demons there, but it was filled with a dense demonic aura, so it should be the devil cultivator that came from Devil Realm. There aren't many of them, only 20 to 30 of them, but if they're very strong, destroying an entire city would be a piece of cake. Long Shui said, I'll look for traces of them right now. Chun Xiang came to the side of the burned and smashed city and could not help but angrily say, this should be a city without any powers protecting it from behind. Otherwise it would not be attacked by such destructive attacks. The devil cultivator inside the devil realm is really too overbearing. There are already many resource-rich areas in the human realm that they occupy. They do not even need to lay their hands on this kind of city that has no value at all. These devil cultivator are not ordinary devil cultivator. Could they be those fellows? Bai Yu said, although she was a devil cultivator, she had a very strong self-binding ability and would definitely not do such a thing. See 1231. See 1231. The demonic energy in these devil cultivator are indeed different from those I'm familiar with. Chun Xiang nodded his head. In the past, all the devil cultivator S that he had met, even those like Devil Race S, were all extremely gentle. Chun Xiang could not help but ask, what kind of devil cultivator is this? It's really different from the others. Bai Yu said in a cold voice, this kind of devil cultivator is known as the ferocious devil and is extremely savage. The reason they are like this, one part is because of their bloodline's inheritance and another part is because of their cultivation methods. There are also many such fellows in the heavenly demon realm, and when they go crazy, even if they're the same kind as them, they will brutally kill them. However, these ferocious devil S would not normally gather together. Now that they are attacking the city together, they should have been gathered together. If there is a power formed by a ferocious devil within the devil realm, then it would be too scary. Long Shui was told where the group of ferocious devil went. Chun Xiang immediately rushed in that direction and said with a stern expression, if these ferocious devil and the other ferocious devil join hands or are controlled by the fire divine palace, then we'll be in trouble. We have to get rid of them. We can't let them appear in the human realm. It's very possible because Ji Cheongjin is a devil cultivator. She has stayed in the heavenly demon realm for a long time and has mastered many powerful devil arts. If she uses these devil arts to rope in these ferocious devil and make them even more powerful, it wouldn't be difficult for the Fire Divine Palace to control this group of ferocious devil. And Ji Cheongjin is a devil king herself, so she has absolute deterrence. Bai Yu's tone was filled with killing intent. We must definitely destroy the power of the ferocious devil and make them stronger. If we attack the human world again, the consequences would be dire. Chun Xiang had already used his fastest speed, but he was still too slow. He followed the direction that Long Shui pointed to and arrived at a city. But this city had already turned into ruins with no signs of life. Not even a corpse could be found. The bodies were not burned, of course, and there was no sign of death here. I wonder what kind of demonic technique they're using. In short, if the people here disappear, it will definitely increase their strength. Bai Yu carefully recalled his knowledge of devil arts. Other than the devouring magic kung fu, there were also other devilish arts that could increase the power of the devourer. Maybe it's not the devouring of people, but the capture of these people. Chun Xiang saw many footprints outside the city. A large group of people had once gathered outside and then mysteriously disappeared. If that's the case, then why did he bring these people away? And why did he do the labor work to extract the spar? Su Meiyao said, if that's the case, it will definitely anger the people of the human realm. And if it is known by many great powers, it will definitely be exterminated. Right now, the demons have invaded the humans, obtaining a few sparite vein, but they are told to use their demons to extract them. This is something that many powers in the human realm can tolerate. Qinxiang shook his head. The bloodthirsty demon attack should be right. This kind of demonic art requires the most ordinary blood and a large amount of it. It is very likely that they will capture a group of people and select a good blood seedling from among them. Bai Yu's voice suddenly became very cold. This kind of demonic technique is already considered very evil. Back then, it was already forbidden by a few large families of the devil realm. Chen Xiang followed them for 2 days before finally arriving at a relatively large city. After arriving there, the aura had disappeared, and it was at the place where the transmission array had disappeared. After asking around, he found out that there were more than 30 people wearing red clothes who had suppressed thousands of people into the city, and then left via the transmission array. This city was controlled by the Fire Divine Palace. Qinxiang felt that the ferocious devil powers that cultivated the bloodthirsty demonic art should be related to the Fire Divine Palace. Qinxiang did not learn where the group of ferocious devil-s had pressured the thousands of mortals to go, and in the end, they came to the city lord's mansion and took down a person with a relatively high status. Only after using the soul-absorbing devil spell did he learn that this group of people had been sent to ferocious devil city. But according to his inquiries, this ferocious devil was a very prosperous city, comparable to a large city of humanity. There were no conflicts of all sorts, and it was not the ferocious devil that Bai Yu had mentioned. Could it be that the ferocious devil is able to control the kind of savage personality? Bai Yu said doubtfully, "Let's go take a look. If this group of people can control the viciousness of others, then it means that they have already done what the people from the heavenly demon realm above can't do. Maybe the reason they came to human realm to look for the blood seedling was to make themselves stronger, so that it would be easier to attack the Chun martial continent." Chen Xiang entered the transmission array and was teleported to ferocious Devil City. W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin was the devil cultivator, so the devil realm was basically under the control of the Fire Divine Palace. Chen Xiang had to admit that the Fire Divine Palace was powerful, and more than half of the human realm was under the control of the Fire Divine Palace. However, this made the demons rob the human realm even more violently. Because there were no Fire Divine Palace and many powerful forces blocking them, the human realm-s that the demons could easily invade was currently only the small and medium-sized forces that were under attack by the demons. And the large powers had basically submitted to the Fire Divine Palace, while the demons listened to the Fire Divine Palace. In the end, all of the small and medium-sized forces suffered because the Fire Divine Palace did not need them. Furthermore, they were given to the small and medium-sized forces as gifts to rope in the demons, allowing the demons to ravage them. There were also only a few major powers that could contend with the demons, but they were not many, and were definitely not in charge of other areas in the human realm, and could at most be in charge of their own territory. The Chun martial continent was just an example. So the Chun martial continent had already begun to send people around to make contact with the big heads of the small and medium-sized forces, asking them to temporarily put down some things and gather at the Chun martial continent. When he arrived at ferocious Devil City, although Qinxiang had already known about what was happening there, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised. This city was like the prosperous large cities in human realm, with clean and wide streets, brand new and grand buildings, and extremely good-natured people. There were also many people shouting and selling on the streets. Walking on the streets, Qinxiang suddenly saw some communication signals. Drawn in various locations, they were unique to the Dragon Subduing School. Only the core elders of the Dragon Subduing School knew about them, such as Yun Xiaodao and the rest. Someone had left a secret signal here, meaning that there were people from the Dragon Subduing School here. From the looks of the marks, Qinxiang knew that they had not been here for long. "My Dragon Subduing School's people are moving here. What exactly is it?" Qinxiang suddenly felt that it was funny. He was the leader, but he did not know what exactly he was going to do. This was the gathering point of the ferocious devil, and now that there were people of the Dragon Subduing School here, in order to find out what the disciples of the dragon subduing school were doing here. Qinxiang had to follow those secret signals and search for a way to communicate with them. This was the gathering point of the ferocious devil, and now that there were people of the dragon subduing school here, in order to find out what the disciples of the dragon subduing school were doing here, Qinxiang had to follow those secret signals and search for a way to communicate with them. After entering, he sensed a trace of an extremely familiar aura. It was Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong. It's actually those two fellows. What are they doing here? Chen Xiang had not seen them for a long time, but he was still hiding his item. Tie right now, so he knew that not many people could come out from the seal. In order to keep it a secret, he did not want too many people to know. After considering it, Chen Xiang decided to follow Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong for the time being. He felt that they were also here for the ferocious devil. The group of ferocious devils that came back this time had gained a lot of things and had captured a large group of people. As long as they asked around, they would know, and it was not the first time these ferocious devils went out to arrest someone. It had been like this for a long time, and these people were all mortals. Qinxiang and Zhu Rong also stayed in this inn, but Zhu Rong did not notice him. Late at night, around 20 more people entered the inn and entered the large room that Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong had wrapped up. These people were all groomed by the Duan clan. Qinxiang suspected that the Duan clan was responsible for investigating and assassinating people under the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord at that time. If not, their concealing ability would not have been so great. If not for Long Shui, it would have been difficult for Qinxiang to discover them. Can you overhear them? Qinxiang asked. Originally, he planned to wander into that room, but Yun Xiaodao and the others were extremely vigilant, as they had already laid out a strange array inside, preventing him from doing so. No, they seemed to be carrying a small formation plate with them. They can release a very strong secrecy formation in a short period of time and envelop their rooms. Long Shui said, "Who exactly gave them this thing?" Qinxiang felt a little ashamed because he was the leader of the Dragon Subduing School, but he did not really understand the Dragon Subduing School's overall strength. He did not even know who gave him such a powerful thing like Yun Xiaodao. After an hour pause, the 20-odd youths walked out from the room. They rushed out of the tavern and split up, with Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong following closely behind. They were scattered and did not gather together. We just need to follow little Yun and that D.A.M.N. fatty, Long Shui said. When Qinxiang and Long Shui used the divine traveling technique, it was as if they were floating in mid-air, following others, but no one else could see them. This was the power of the divine way. Qinxiang was still in the tavern, but just as he was about to leave, a group of red-robed, burly men suddenly rushed in. Their faces were filled with anger. Their bodies emitted a violent demonic qi. Holding onto a sharp weapon that made people's hearts tremble, they rudely arrived at the second floor and kicked out of the room where Yun Xiaodao and were in, but they did not see anyone inside. These are the ferocious devil. They have discovered the whereabouts of Yun Xiaodao and the rest. Yun Xiaodao was slightly surprised in his heart. Yun Xiaodao and the others reacted quickly enough, so they were not caught by the group of ferocious devil. The tallest ferocious devil said angrily, "Just what kind of background does this group of BASTARDS have? Just yesterday, the moment they entered the city, over 30 of our men had died for no apparent reason. How in the world did they do it?" Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were searching for news and assassinating someone. Although they had exposed their location, they were all trained, so they should be able to hide very quickly. Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao left separately, but met up again during the day. At this moment, they had all turned into well-dressed rich families and stayed in a very high-end hotel. The other 20 are in here, but this time they're not together. Long Shui said, "Is this the hiding place of the ferocious devil? They all disguise themselves to gather here. I have a feeling that they're going to attack." Qinxiang said. Long Shui waited for a moment before replying. There are a few huge residences, but I did not sense any auras from the ferocious devil. Maybe those ferocious devil-s have their own concealment methods as well, or maybe those ferocious devil-s just left that mortal in the vicinity. The blood drawing isn't done by those ferocious devil-s, it's done by a special person. Chunxiang said, those ferocious devil-s should not have the patience to do this kind of thing. It's possible. I'll go take a closer look and see if I can find those mortals. Long Shui released a few of his wandering souls and searched around the big houses carefully. Before long, Long Shui shouted, there is indeed a large group of people imprisoned inside. In order for these mortals to produce more blood as soon as possible, they have also provided many things that can greatly benefit. This group of ferocious devil, I must make them disappear from this world. Chunxiang clenched both his fists and fiercely said, and that Ji Chungjin, I wonder how many more vicious techniques she still has. Suddenly, Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong flew out from one of the windows. Their speed was extremely fast. If one did not look carefully, it was difficult to notice. But when Chan Xiang knew that they jumped out from the window of the building, Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong had already landed in the same courtyard, which was where the house was holding over 1,000 people. After Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong entered that courtyard, they touched upon an array formation, causing that large mansion to shake violently. A huge explosion also happened, causing the entire city to tremble. Soon after, sounds of fighting came from the hotel. There were more than 20 disciples of the Dragon Subduing School S in the hotel, clearly trying to stop the hidden Devil Cultivator S. These Devil Cultivator S should be trying to protect the mansion, but they were stopped now. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong had already figured out the situation inside the house. Once they entered, they immediately used their fastest speed to remove the arrays and kill a few guards inside. Very quickly, Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong brought over 1,000 people and rushed out of the house, while the 20-odd young men inside the house had already taken care of all the Devil Cultivator S inside. The people who were originally inside the house, upon seeing the scene, naturally all left, not wanting to cause any trouble. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong brought over 1,000 people into the great hotel, while on the many streets within the city, many red-robed ferocious devil-s rushed over, among them a few extremely strong ones. There's a transmission array in the hotel. Looks like they've already arranged for it. Long Shui said, don't even think about it. You guys should be from Dragon Subduing School, right? It was all done by you guys. You guys underestimate Ferocious Devil City too much. A thunderous roar came from the distance, deafening everyone present. From the momentum, they could tell that this was a very strong, ferocious devil. Attack that building together. Don't let them leave. He could already tell that Yun Xiaodao and the rest were trying to teleport the entire house. Ferocious Devil City was indeed a gathering place for ferocious devil. In a short period of time, a group of powerful ferocious devil-s rushed over from all directions. Ferocious Devil City was indeed a gathering place for ferocious devil. In a short period of time, a group of powerful ferocious devil-s rushed over from all directions. The restaurant had activated a formation for defense, and it would take them a while to activate the transmission array. Just then, Yun Xiaodao came out, holding a cold blade in his hand. He rushed towards a red ball of light. This ferocious devil is very strong. I wonder if this little Yun can handle him. Long Shui said, it's about time you make your move. Yun Xiaodao's current strength was not ordinary either. Facing a strong, ferocious devil, he was not afraid in the slightest and directly charged forward. Clang! Two powerful weapons clashed together, and a crisp sound accompanied by a mighty shockwave spread outwards. The buildings and floor tiles below were all lifted up by the shockwave and swept in all directions. Yun Xiaodao was pushed back. The blade in his hand also had a hole, with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Zhu Rong also flew out. The ferocious devil's sinister face was full of viciousness. This ferocious devil was twice as tall as Yun Xiaodao, and the blood-red blade in his hand was at least 2 people long, covered with a red evil qi, and from its aura, Yun Xiaodao was weaker than the head of the ferocious devil. High up in the sky, Yun Xiaodao was floating in the sky above the ferocious devil. The 2 of them were dealing with each other like dwarves, and the opponent's strength was also far above his. When the head of the ferocious devil saw that the person blocking him was a young lad, he became furious and shouted, "Brett, you think you can compete with me?" Seeing that Yun Xiaodao was about to be chopped into pieces, Zhu Rong yelled from afar, "Little Yun!" In that critical moment, when Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong felt despair, Qin Xiang flew out from the tall building. The gigantic blood blade fell, and when it cut down, that wave of energy had even caused the ground to crack, and even caused an extremely violent gust of wind to blow towards. Just as the blade was about to cut Yun Xiaodao's head open, a shadow suddenly flashed over. Ding! This time, the sound was much clearer. Moreover, it was much smaller than before and did not emit any sound waves. There were many ferocious devils who were shouting on the ground, but they suddenly quieted down. The person who had suddenly appeared was too shocking to them. Dang, 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 there was another sound. The part of the huge blade that was cut by the dagger fell onto the ground and collided with a piece of rock. The huge and powerful thing was broken by a broken dagger just like that. "All of you, quickly go back to that hotel and bring the person away. Leave this place to me." Qin Xiang whispered to Zhu Rong and Xiao Dao, but at the same time his dagger suddenly released a burst of extremely evil demon qi, flying straight into the sky. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong found it hard to imagine that their savior was actually a powerful devil cultivator. They knew that they were no match for the ferocious devil leader, and now there were over 1,000 mortals trying to save them. The dagger that Qin Xiang had used had been taken out from the treasure chest by him. It was an important weapon that had once belonged to the demon emperor. The ferocious devil felt the overflowing demonic energy coming from the dagger and almost kneeled down to wars. I+P, but the group of young ferocious devil below could not handle the powerful demonic energy coming from the dagger, and all fell to the ground. Although it was just a little bit of the demon emperor's might, it was so terrifying that even Qin Xiang couldn't help but admire those fellows that could be called emperors in the ancient times. But he felt that he had done well and killed the ice emperor. This gigantic ferocious devil was indeed worthy of being called the head of the ferocious devil. Even though he felt fear, he still let out a wild roar, raised up the half-red giant in his hand, and fiercely slashed at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang dodged in a flash and arrived beside the ferocious devil head. Using the dagger to slash at his neck, a powerful force burst out from the dagger, bringing with it a strong demonic qi. As though it could cut through everything in the world, it was extremely powerful. Bastard! After the ferocious devil felt the extreme danger, he immediately turned his head, but he was still a little too slow. His head was sliced off, and some stuff flowed out, but the head of the ferocious devil did not die. "Who are you? If you go against me, that is the same as offending the Fire Lotus Demon King." The head of ferocious devil said angrily, but the response he got was actually the fatal strike that Qin Xiang had dealt him. Qin Xiang held the dagger and used all his might to point it at the head of the ferocious devil. Then he fiercely rushed forward and punched this head of the ferocious devil. "Of course I know. I killed you to offend her." Qin Xiang flew over again and activated devil-suppressing holy power. Secretly using the power of the holy devil-suppressing seal, he used the heaven-blasting palm to attack the head of the ferocious devil, slaying him completely. After killing the head of the ferocious devil, the group of little ferocious devils immediately became terrified, but Yun Xiaodao and the others had already teleported away. Qin Xiang followed the chant that Bai Yu had said down to him, releasing a black flame, which condensed into numerous black fireb, ALLSSMAs, HI, plussing down and burning the ferocious devil. The black flames quickly spread to the entire ferocious devil city. The other devil cultivator knew that there was a big battle within the city and had long slipped away. Although the devil cultivator were warlike, they were not stupid and would not provoke such a strong enemy. After burning down ferocious devil city, Qinxiang quickly left and returned to Qin martial continent. Right now, a few people were floating above ferocious devil city who were being burned by the black flames. One of them was an old lady, W.A. and Ji Cheongjin, the blazing lotus demon king. I haven't talked about this kind of flame for a long time. Black demon flame. There are only a few in the heavenly demon sector who know how to use this kind of flame. And there's actually someone who knows how to use it here. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin lost this batch of ferocious devil-s, causing her to feel so much hatred that her blood dripped. She knew that it was Dragon Subduing School who did it, but she couldn't go look for him now. Although she had the power of a demon king, she could not make a move. Even if the Fire Divine Palace attacked Dragon Subduing School, it would be a waste of her effort, because the Dragon Subduing School had hidden herself too deeply. She did not know how many powerful fellows were inside. Last time when she went to Dragon Subduing School to look for trouble, she found an alchemist who had decided to refine pills. The center of evil dragon graveyard, Dragon Subduing School. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong were currently wolfing down the sumptuous dishes on the table. Since they were able to complete such a difficult mission, they naturally had to reward themselves well. There were only the two of them here, and everyone else had their own missions. The majority of them were going to deal with the fiendish demons, so this was a type of experiential learning for them. Little Yin, who do you think that guy is? He's clearly a great devil, but he actually saved us. Zhu Rong held onto a roasted calf leg and bit off a huge chunk of meat. Little Yin, who do you think that guy is? He's clearly a great devil, but he actually saved us. Zhu Rong held onto a roasted calf leg and bit off a huge chunk of meat. Other than us, leader, who else could it be? You pig of a brain like yourself can't even think of this. The elder brother Shin has already escaped from that dog-s, H.I. plus T of a seal a long time ago. The alchemist that lost completely to that old lady last time should be the elder brother Shin without a doubt. Yun Xiaodao said in a low voice. Of course. Zhu Rong had thought about it before, but he wasn't sure, especially since Chan Xiang still had that kind of powerful devil energy. So this guy had already ran out. Why didn't he tell us? Could it be that he's afraid of our big mouths? Zhu Rong chuckled. I keep my mouth shut, but as for you, this little Yin, you are a small person, but your mouth is big and fierce. You must keep it a secret. Don't ruin my business. You're the one with a big mouth. Every time I'm at a table, I can't always win against you because my mouth is too small. You'd, Ned Pighead, you should look more closely at your mouth. Yun Xiaodao was not convinced. If that's the case, then neither Xian Xian nor that mad woman died. Otherwise, that brat would have gone crazy long ago. Zhu Rong said. Enough, don't say any more. We just need to know. There's nothing else for us to do now anyway. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan were already thought to be dead, but since the divine weapon's heavenly country was still functioning normally, and Xue Xianxian and Xue Xianxian did not show their faces, even if they faked their deaths, there was nothing inconvenient about it. Qin Xiang had already arrived at the Chun Martial Continent's Divine Weapon Palace. The important people of the Divine Weapon sect were all inside the man-made Profound Realm, so the security at the entrance of the Profound Realm was extremely tight. It was therefore very difficult for ordinary people to enter, and it took Chen Xiang quite a bit of effort to get people to bring him in. Xue, Xianxian, and Lung Yulan were in the Divine Weapon Profound Realm, just like usual. It was just that they rarely left the Profound Realm, and when they had something important to discuss with the elders, it would be fine. Chun Xiang quietly went to Xue Xianxian's room. Xue Xianxian had just finished showering and was combing her hair. She was wearing very little, only a thin white muslin dress sticking closely to her perfect and wet body. Looking at it from the back, it was extremely enticing. "My little wife, how does it feel to be faking your death?" Chen Xiang suddenly appeared from behind and hugged Xue Xianxian's waist. Surprised, Xue Xianxian's body trembled. The innate qi erupted, but after knowing that it was Chen Xiang, she immediately retracted her power and pouted. Just as she turned her head around, her pink little mouth was held by Chen Xiang. An impatient tongue entered her mouth, violently stirring until it was entangled with that soft and tender tongue. Only then was she satisfied and comforted, calmed down, enjoying this intimate entanglement. At this moment, they were like a married couple who had just gotten married. After all, they often separated, and not long after, Chen Xiang had taken off the thin gauze dress she was wearing as a kiss. A pair of big hands was moving around the perfect jade body, caressing the beautiful things on it. The two of them kissed each other while breathing heavily. Then they got into bed. Lang Yulan had been working very hard during this period. Whenever she had time, she would go train. She had just returned from cultivation elsewhere, and when she reached the hall, she heard very weak moans and the man's breathing, which she was very familiar with. Once elder brother came back, he started playing with senior sister. It was so boring. He took off all his clothes and rolled around on the bed. There was no point in Yun pinging to him. Lang Yulan vaguely remembered that Chen Xiang and Xue Xianxian did this at that cave. It seems that they will be working here for at least an entire day. It's better for me to continue practicing. Lang Yulan shook his head and sighed before leaving again. Actually, Chen Xiang and Xue Xianxian were also training. They were cultivating together. Daybreak had arrived, and the two of them had awoken after their moment of joy. "Little scoundrel, why is your body so strong?" Xue Xianxian fiercely slashed at the flesh on Chen Xiang's waist, but it did not cause Chen Xiang to scream in pain. The degree of toughness of his body caused her to be extremely shocked. "Didn't you also undergo the Nirvana tribulation? How did you do it?" "I risked my life just to pass the Nirvana tribulation. I already feel that I am fast enough. It seems that you have ascended faster than me." Chen Xiang rubbed her chest and laughed. "This is a secret technique that the elder sister Menger Paes set on to me and Yulan. It must not be told to anyone else, including you." Xue Xianxian scoffed, patted Chen Xiang's bad hand away, and walked towards the bathroom. After that, Chen Xiang also followed with a smile on his face. After taking a shower with Xue Xianxian, they walked out of the room only to see Lang Yulan sitting in the middle of the hall, chewing on a snow pear. Lang Yulan said, "You all truly lost all hope. You all wasted an entire day on that broken bed. And today's cultivation has made me stronger, and also made me remember the drawing methods of several spirit arrays." Chen Xiang pinched her face and laughed. "My good little sister is really hardworking. Brother really didn't love you for nothing." Lang Yulan stuck out his tongue and laughed. "Of course, little sister. I think that this is very strong. How about we go out and fight? It's more interesting than you and senior sister being able to sleep in bed every day." Seeing Chen Xiang's helpless face, Lang Yulan laughed again. "Old brother, I won't laugh at you guys. It's rare for you to come back, so just go crazy with senior sister." "Stupid girl, it's rare for you to be so enlightened," Xue Xianxian scolded. Lang Yulan pouted and said, "Brother, I am faking my death right now. I am not feeling happy at all. Something has happened to my icy wind valley. Help me take a look." Chen Xiang nodded his head. "That's good, I will go over now. Maybe Fire Divine Palace is up to something. Before they launch their all-out attack, they will weaken us, so we have to be on guard." Just as Chen Xiang was about to leave, Lang Yulan pulled him back and said, "Brother, you should stay for a few more days, since it's not an urgent matter. I can't take responsibility for delaying you and senior sister. This girl is getting more and more enlightened to actually know how to use me and Xianxian." Chen Xiang pinched her nose and laughed. From Chun Xiang's point of view, although there were people missing in the icy wind valley, they could not find out about it. This was a huge matter. At this critical juncture, such matters could not be ignored. Before he left, Xue Xianxian even warned him to be careful of that divine devil cult, because she felt that he had already arrived at the new imperial heaven world, and upon hearing the 3 words, divine devil cult, his expression became even more solemn. Originally, the region that Icy Wind Valley was in was an extremely cold place that was covered by ice and snow all year round, but it was no longer like this. Only a mountain range was still covered by ice and frost, and this was because the Icy Wind Valley was located in a place where a strange kind of cold energy could be felt. Originally, the region that Icy Wind Valley was in was an extremely cold place that was covered by ice and snow all year round, but it was no longer like this. Only a mountain range was still covered by ice and frost, and this was because the Icy Wind Valley was located in a place where a strange kind of cold energy could be felt. This was the first time Qin Xiang had come to the Icy Wind Valley, and the ravine, which was howling with cold wind, was extremely fortified right now. In order to comply with Qin Xiang's previous plan, he had also let one of the elders from the Icy Wind Valley fake his death, and because of this, the disciples from the Icy Wind Valley were extremely vigilant. Even if Qin Xiang possessed the jade tablet that he had given to him, he would not be able to enter it very easily, and he would still have to wait for the elder inside to come out. And Lang Yolan's death faked the efforts of the disciples from the Divine Weapon Sect and the Icy Wind Valley. For them, the Divine Weapon Sect was their second home, and only after receiving guidance from them could they grow into a powerful warrior, which allowed them to live a longer life. The death of the leader made them even more furious. What welcomed Qin Xiang was a middle-aged lady with gray hair. Her hair was not naturally white like Lang Yolan's, but because her lifespan was almost used up, she was trying her best to maintain her appearance. Even if Lu Menger was here back then, he would still have to be extremely respectful to her. Although she was not born with very high cultivation conditions, by relying on her own ability, she was still able to reach this step. Elder Pan, do you know what secrets those missing disciples have in Icy Wind Valley? Qin Xiang followed behind the Elder Pan. Facing the chaotic gale, they entered the valley and walked towards a building covered in snow. Inside Icy Wind Valley, it was as if there was a small village. When Elder Pan walked over with Qin Xiang, many people greeted him. Elder Pan did not reply to Qin Xiang. She closed her eyes slightly and slowly brought Qin Xiang into a cave that was deep inside. This Elder Pan must have been a beauty when she was young, but her current appearance was still very charming when she was in her middle years, but it had lost a lot of vitality. This was the obvious state when her lifespan was coming to an end. The tiredness on her face made her give off a very weak feeling. But Qin Xiang knew that within her body covered by a white beast skin, there was still a very strong, explosive force. How is Yulan right now? The Elder Pan asked softly, his voice weak. She is well. Elder Pan, with your current condition, you should not have to go through so many things. Leave it to others to do. Qin Xiang sighed softly. She had heard Lu Menger talk about the Elder Pan before, and she had done a lot for him. I have to do this kind of important thing myself. No matter what, my result will be the same. Elder Pan sat on a chair covered in thick beast skin, lazily leaning on a seat, one hand holding her cheeks, her eyes half opened, as though she was still dreaming. But Qin Xiang was worried that she would close her eyes any time. Don't tell Yulan my current situation. Elder Pan said again. Elder Pan, your current situation isn't too bad. As long as you have some time to make a breakthrough and pass through the 9 nirvana tribulations, you can ascend to the immortal world. You still have a long way to go. When Qin Xiang saw the gray light in Elder Pan's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. As a person with mediocre apartment, I have lived for so long. I am already very satisfied. Back then, many people with greater apartment than me, people with greater apartment died long ago. The Elder Pan said, let's get to the point. The fact that Yulan sent you should mean that she has absolute trust in you. Long Shui frowned. This girl must have encountered some sort of disaster to become like this, from the vitality in her body. She shouldn't be so half-dead. She must have had her life force sucked away. Qin Xiang was surprised that his lifespan could also be sucked away. He said, Elder Pan, with your current state, you can't even discuss business with me. Furthermore, you are unable to protect Icy Wind Valley. Qin Xiang's tone suddenly became stern, and then took out a longevity fruit and walked over. Even if the longevity fruit was not used to concoct pills, it would still have a good effect and could increase the lifespan of the Elder Pan. What is this? Elder Pan said. Her vision had already blurred. This Elder Pan could be said to be one of the closer ones to Lu Menger and her. Since Qin Xiang could save her now, of course he had to save her. Just eat it. My time is short. I need to settle the matter here as soon as possible. Qin Xiang handed the longevity fruit over. Elder Pan slowly raised her hand to receive it. Upon touching the longevity fruit, her eyes opened, and her vitality suddenly surged. Hurry up and eat. I know you have a lot of things to tell me. Qin Xiang urged. The Elder Pan had absorbed a bit of the life force inside the longevity fruit, allowing himself to have a bit of strength. After an hour or so, Elder Pan ate the longevity fruit and refined its life force. His hair gradually turned black, and he became even younger, displaying his charm. Just what kind of fruit is this? Just what kind of fruit are you, to have such a divine object? You have such a powerful character by Yulan's side. How could I not know that Menger is the person I watched as she grew up? I know more about the people around her. Elder Pan was now full of spirit, his face flushed red. He looked like a middle-aged man previously, but now he had turned into a charming woman in her 30s. Thank you so much for giving me such a thing. It seems that I'll have to work even harder in the future to repay your kindness. Elder Pan let out a faint sigh. Qin Xiang said indifferently, In the future, you will have the chance to know who I am. Now, tell me the reason why you were in that state before. It doesn't seem to be natural, but man-made, or perhaps because of some kind of cultivation technique you're cultivating. Elder Pan's body trembled. His gentle eyes suddenly became colder, causing Qin Xiang to immediately become alert. He was originally just speaking casually, but he did not expect that what he said would be the truth. The Elder Pan actually wanted to kill him. Yulan really has sent a great figure. Elder Pan stood up and walked to his front and stared at Qin Xiang's pair of deep eyes, wanting to see something. To be honest, I don't believe that you would do something ungrateful to Yulan behind her back. Qin Xiang said, But you must have done something behind her back that cannot be exposed. Elder Pan, please speak honestly. Qin Xiang faintly felt that the disappearance of a few of Icy Wind Valley's outstanding disciples had a lot to do with this Elder Pan. However, this Elder Pan was extremely concerned about Lang Yulan, because when she spoke, the first thing she asked was Lang Yulan's current situation. Qin Xiang faintly felt that the disappearance of a few of Icy Wind Valley's outstanding disciples had a lot to do with this Elder Pan. However, this Elder Pan was extremely concerned about Lang Yulan, because when she spoke, the first thing she asked was Lang Yulan's current situation. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I can't do ungrateful things. Elder Pan returned back to his chair. If not for you, I would be dead for sure. I might not even be able to get my hands on what you just gave me, even after going to Heaven Realm. I've said it before. You'll know about it in the future. Qin Xiang said, If you don't confess to me, I'm not at ease in telling you such an important matter. The Elder Pan said. Qin Xiang also sat down and laughed. Why don't you tell me first? I'm not at ease with you either. Although I gave you a longevity fruit, it doesn't mean that I trust you completely. When the Elder Pan heard the 3 words, longevity fruit, her heart skipped a beat. She had thought that there would be some higher-level spirit fruits that could increase lifespan, but she didn't expect it to be immortal fruits like the longevity fruit. My name is Pan Yunlan. I am a follower of divine devil cult. This elder Pan's words greatly surprised Qinxiang. When he first came to the icy wind valley, Xue Xianxian had repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to the divine devil cult. At that time he still felt it to be strange, and only responded once, but he did not think that it would actually have something to do with the divine devil cult. The founder of the divine devil cult was a person who had mastered the divine way and the devilish way, claiming that he was a heavenly slave who specialized in killing outstanding talents. And Lung Yulan belonged to this category, but there were disciples of the divine devil cult beside them. Chun Xiang's killing intent swelled up, and the demon emperor's dagger appeared in his hand. As expected, you do know about the divine devil cult. Not many people know about the divine devil cult. Pan Yunlan was also surprised by Chun Xiang's reaction, but pretended to be very calm. Previously, Dongfang Jing and her father had met the disciples of the divine devil cult above him, and Dongfang Lingyun had died at that time. Are you related to the missing, outstanding disciples of the icy wind valley? Qinxiang asked coldly. Pan Yunlan did not immediately answer, but sneered. You think you can kill me? You should want to know when I join the divine devil cult. You think I can't kill you? Chun Xiang also sneered. I can tell you this. Right now in New Imperial Heaven World, those immortal kings are not allowed to take action. Therefore, my current strength is considered very strong here. You are wrong to think that I did not undergo the 9 nirvana tribulations. Pan Yunlan's mature charm was full of pride. She really did not have the intention to kill Qinxiang, and now Qinxiang also felt that this woman in front of him was extremely complicated. Qinxiang scoffed. Then what do you think my strength is, an arrogant woman? Since I dare to save you, I will have the power to restrain you. Pan Yunlan's eyes suddenly flashed with a purple light, causing Qinxiang to be secretly surprised. He anxiously used his strength and prepared to fight. The purple glow in Pan Yunlan's beautiful eyes suddenly disappeared, and she actually started giggling charmingly. Little fellow, don't be anxious. I didn't think that you're actually a young kid. You've merely transcended the 7 nirvana tribulations. I'm not wrong. I just don't understand how you managed to gain Yulan's trust and how she entrusted you to do such a great thing. Moreover, you're so young, and yet you already have a longevity fruit. What made Pan Yunlan surprised was that Qinxiang was actually still very calm, and did not become surprised after having his strength seen through by her. Pan Yunlan's words put Qinxiang at ease. He was a little worried that he would be completely seen through by this woman, but it was only to see the strength of his innate qi. Pan Yunlan's expression suddenly became cold, and said seriously, Young man, I know you're worried about Yulan, but I can guarantee that I won't do anything to let her down. I have always been protecting her and Xue Xianxian. And as for the matter regarding divine devil cult, it's better that you don't know about it. Previously, Xue Xianxian had reminded Qinxiang to pay attention to the divine devil cult, and he felt that Xue Xianxian already knew something. Do Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan also know about the matter between you and divine devil cult? Qinxiang asked. Xianxian knows one thing. Although she looked like a fairy, she was not like Yulan, who even if she was in divine weapons heavenly country, she would still know a lot about the affairs here. Previously, she had already sent people to secretly investigate and even captured a disciple of divine devil cult. But she did not find out anything from the disciple. Pan Yunlan's face revealed an expression of admiration. What she did exceeded my expectations. Once she asked me about the divine devil cult. At that time I said that I didn't know, but she definitely saw through it. You can go back now. In short, this matter wasn't done by the Fire Divine Palace. Pan Yunlan said. Chun Xiang did not leave. Standing there, he lightly stroked his dagger as he said seriously, I must ensure the safety of Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan. Even though they trust you so much, you are still in danger. I must either kill you or find out about your situation, or else I won't leave. Pan Yunlan's face was extremely calm. He raised his head slightly and said, "Then come and kill me. My life is yours. You can take back the life you've bestowed upon me. But you can't force me to say what I can't say. Come and kill me." Pan Yunlan really did not have any thoughts of resisting. From her eyes, it could be seen that death was nothing to her. Chun Xiang stood there without moving. He was certain that he could easily walk over and cut off Pan Yunlan's head. But that would mean he did not know about the matters regarding divine devil cult. He also did not know the reason behind the disappearance of those outstanding disciples. "Walk up and pretend you want to kill her," Long Shui suddenly said. "I feel that there's a guy hiding in the vicinity of this hall, carefully observing the situation here. If you pretend to want to make a move, maybe you can lure that guy out." Chun Xiang quickly thought of something. The divine devil cult was a huge and mysterious power, and it had already spread to the entire new imperial heaven world. There definitely wasn't just one person. It was a group of people. "Well, anyway, you're a dead man." Chun Xiang's killing intent suddenly surged out. The killing intent caused Pan Yunlan to turn pale with fright. She never thought that such a young man would have such a terrifying killing intent. How long would it take for it to form? Pan Yunlan also thought that she had died. Although she had the power to resist, she still sat there with her head raised, with her jade neck facing Chun Xiang. Just as Chun Xiang raised his hand, about to use the dagger to stab Pan Yunlan's neck, a strong qi suddenly surged from behind him, and the person who was hiding appeared. Pan Yunlan had also sensed the aura, and her expression suddenly changed. She shouted in despair, "Don't kill him!" Pan Yunlan had also sensed the aura, and her expression suddenly changed. She shouted in despair, "Don't kill him!" However, Pan Yunlan's words were unable to stop the person who was determined to kill. A blood-red sword had already pierced Chun Xiang's body, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. "Humph, this guy knows too much. He must be dead, and you are already a member of the divine devil cult. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have some use, I would have killed those 2 little girls long ago and let them truly die. You better listen carefully. You got lucky and are still able to live." The person who suddenly appeared was a big, bearded man. Dressed in all white with a normal appearance, he pulled out the sword that had pierced into Chun Xiang's dantian, causing Chun Xiang to fall on the ground and ruthlessly trample on Chun Xiang's abdomen, causing a large piece of flesh to splash out. If you're lucky enough to survive, don't count on dying so easily. Even if you die, you will still be the ghost of the divine devil cult. Just as he said the word ghost, the big-sized man's dantian was suddenly pierced through from behind. Pan Yunlan, who was facing the big-sized man, saw a dagger in his hand, coming out from the big-sized man's abdomen. That dagger was precisely in Chun Xiang's hand. However, she had personally seen Chun Xiang's dantian being pierced through by a sword. After losing his power, Chun Xiang was ruthlessly stomped into mincemeat by the big-sized man. "Since you said it like that, I'll let you have a taste of what it is like to be the ghost of a divine devil cult. It's hard to send you off." Chun Xiang's other hand was already condensed with a strong flame power. It merged with the powerful dragon power and body of Heavenly Sage and struck towards the back of the big-sized man. A slight tremor caused the iceberg to shake, causing a lot of snow to fall, and the big man's body was also turned to dust by the palm. Just what does this guy look like? He was killed by me before even seeing him. Maybe he is the guy I mentioned before. Chun Xiang blew at the dust on his hands, and the transformed body on the ground slowly disappeared. "You!" Pan Yunlan slumped on the chair. "I should have long guessed who you are. As expected, the seal that can suppress the immortal king can't even trap you." She could be said to be extremely familiar with Chun Xiang, but she had never seen him before. Furthermore, she knew that Lu Menger had an extraordinary ATTI tuned towards him. Even though it was concealed well, she had watched over Lu Menger as he grew up, so she couldn't hide it from her. Even if Xue Xianxian and the others did not mention it, the entire new Imperial Heaven world would still be covered in it. Previously, Xue Xianxian and Lun Yulan had promised her that he would help her ask for some high-leveled medicinal pellets to extend her life, but now Qin Xiang had personally sent them over. Pan Yunlan had met this legendary man before, and he had lived up to his name. A disciple with pretty good strength in the divine devil cult was killed by Qin Xiang just like that, but Qin Xiang's cultivation was only at the nirvana tribulation level. Are you training in the divine path as well? The technique you used just now should be one of the divine abilities of the divine path. Pan Yunlan sighed and asked. Qin Xiang did not answer. This was one of his big secrets, so he asked, "You can talk about your relations. I plus P with divine devil cult now. If necessary, I will eradicate divine devil cult from existence. I have already been branded with the divine devil cult's spirit mark. If I say it out loud, I will die. If you really want to know, then I will say it out loud." Pan Yunlan looked at Qin Xiang with a pair of lifeless eyes. It seemed that she really wanted to die. Was it because he was controlled by the divine devil cult? Qin Xiang asked. Pan Yunlan nodded his head. This is not my original intention. There are some things that I cannot decide. If this goes on, even if no one kills me, I will kill myself. If not, I will definitely do something that would let down those two little girls. The reason why I can live to this day is all because Menger's mother took me in back then and told me to stay in the icy wind valley. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Qin Xiang extended his hand and pressed it on her head, and at the same time poured a vast amount of divine power into it. Don't resist. I'll see if I can help you get that thing away. Qin Xiang said, Please do not do this. If this spirit mark is no longer there, the divine devil cult's experts will immediately come over. Pan Yunlan immediately used his mind to stop Qin Xiang's deep power from entering her sea of consciousness. It's good that they came. I'll go look for them when I can. Qin Xiang frowned. If you continue to resist, don't blame me for being impolite. Forget it. Pan Yunlan sighed. His entire body relaxed. As expected, Qin Xiang found a spirit mark in her sea of consciousness, but that spirit mark was on the body of a 5- or 6-year-old girl. In Pan Yunlan's sea of consciousness, she already had divine soul and had even grown up to look like she was a few years old. The mind brand was right between her eyebrows, and it looked like a very, very small palm image. Little naughty dragon, is there any way to get rid of that thing? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, but I'll have to control your divine power. Leave it to me. Long Shui was also spying on Pan Yunlan's sea of consciousness. She understood divine soul very well. Long Shui also released his extremely strong divine power and fused it with Qin Xiang's, enveloping the divine soul in Pan Yunlan's sea of consciousness. Ah! Pan Yunlan suddenly screamed, but was tied up by the water vine. Endure it. As long as you can endure through it, you will be free from the divine devil cult, and I will take care of the rest. Qin Xiang bellowed, causing Pan Yunlan's entire body to twitch and scream in pain as a burst of energy surged out from his body, resisting the pain. The duration was not very long. It only took 2 hours to complete. The spirit brand had already been separated and destroyed by Long Shui, and Pan Yunlan had already fainted. This divine devil cult really does have some skill, and this divine soul should have been created by the divine devil cult herself, and the innate chi in her body is gradually nurturing devil energy. It looks like it won't be long before she can truly step into the path of the DS and demons, becoming a true disciple of the divine devil cult. When the DS and demons fuse, she will become extremely powerful. Long Shui said, It seems that I have to capture that fellow who helped her nurture divine soul. If I can obtain this method of giving birth to her soul, Qin Xiang laughed. Pan Yunlan, who had just fainted not long ago, suddenly opened his eyes and used all of his strength to grab onto Qin Xiang's wrist. The fellow from divine devil cult will definitely rush here. Quickly bring me into the stone room, where I can recover a little faster. Chun Xiang carried Pan Yunlan and carried her into the stone room, letting her lie on an incomparably cold stone bed. You can leave. I'm going to take off my clothes. As Pan Yunlan said that, she had already taken off her outer clothes, revealing her alluring shoulders. Chun Xiang anxiously ran out, cursing in his heart, You're already so old, and you still want to scheme about me, a little kid. You want to eat the old cows, tender GRA. He knew nothing about the people from the divine devil cult at all. The fellow he killed before died too quickly, and he did not get much useful information from it. Now, the only thing he knew was that the disciples of divine devil cult all cultivated the divine way and all had divine soul. He knew nothing about the people from the divine devil cult at all. The fellow he killed before died too quickly, and he did not get much useful information from it. Now, the only thing he knew was that the disciples of divine devil cult all cultivated the divine way and all had divine soul. After Pan Yunlan stayed in the room for more than 2 hours, she opened the stone door and walked out. Are you all right? Chun Xiang had been waiting impatiently outside because he had many things to ask Pan Yunlan. It was about the divine devil cult. It's much better now. If you have anything to say, just ask. I can tell you anything now. Pan Yunlan nodded and brought Chun Xiang into an elegant little hall. Just now you said that the people from divine devil cult are coming. What kind of strength did they have? Chun Xiang wanted to ask a lot of questions, but seeing how nervous Pan Yunlan was with these disciples of the divine devil cult, he felt that he should first understand a few things about the divine devil cult, so that it would be more convenient to start later. All of them are in the late stage of the immortal realm, but their divine soul is very strong, which isn't easy to deal with. All of them are in the late stage of the immortal realm, but all of their divine soul is very strong, which isn't easy to deal with. Pan Yunlan had already known that Chun Xiang was also a spirit cultivator and was very strong. It was just that he did not know what level Chun Xiang's divine soul had reached, or else he wouldn't be able to help her remove the imprint of the divine spirit. However, in terms of the divine way, he felt that no one could beat Long Shui, and when that time came, if no one could, he would let Long Shui take action. Chun Xiang was suddenly looking forward to the arrival of the divine devil cult rankers, because he had long wanted to fight with some of the experts that cultivated the divine way. This was a rare opportunity. What about the outstanding disciples of the Icy Wind Valley S? How did they get lost? Chun Xiang asked. He had come here for a reason, to clarify this matter. Previously, he suspected that it was the Fire Divine Palace who did it, so he was worried that the Fire Divine Palace's power might infiltrate. This was something that couldn't be done to them. Pan Yunlan said, I sent people to assassinate him. What? Chun Xiang frowned as he thought of something. Could it be that the disciples of these Icy Wind Valley have joined the divine devil cult? That's right. Pan Yunlan took out a long sword that looked like it was made of ice. It exuded a dense, cold energy, and she was carefully wiping it. Even though I have joined the divine devil cult, I would definitely not do anything that would let down those 2 girls. But the other disciples might not necessarily be so, and you already know the reason for the existence of the divine devil cult. And now that the divine devil cult has infiltrated here, his target is Xianxian and Yulan. Those fellows, however, were most trusted by Yulan and Xianxian previously, and they are all people who have obtained their acknowledgement. Pan Yunlan said with a cold face, The reason I joined the divine devil cult was because I was forced. At that time, they used those few disciples to threaten me, and they also promised me that they wouldn't restrict me too much and that they wouldn't harm Xianxian and Yulan either. At that time, I didn't know that those few brats were colluding with the divine devil cult, and I felt that my lifespan was about to run out, so it was worth it to be able to use my own life to save those few outstanding disciples. Those few dead outstanding disciples had actually joined the divine devil cult before Pan Yunlan, and Pan Yunlan's loyalty to the Icy Wind Valley had caused him to secretly praise them. Initially, I had planned to join the divine devil cult and save those few disciples, And when the time came, I planned to perish together with a fellow from divine devil cult. But I found out later on that the disciple was also from divine devil cult, so I sent people to assassinate him, and the divine devil cult did not know that it was me, because if I personally made a move, it would be equivalent to betraying the divine devil cult, and that the demon D's brand would make my life better than death. But if I send people to assassinate him, I would be fine. How did this happen? Your divine soul must have been cultivated for a period of time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to reach this level. Qinxiang asked. It's been 9 years. At that time, you were just sealed not long ago, and those disciples were killed recently. I could already sense that they were preparing to take action. Pan Yinlan was extremely grateful to Qinxiang at the moment. If Qinxiang had not suddenly appeared here, she would not know what to do, because even if she had died, the divine devil cult would have still attacked Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan. But it was different now. She had experienced Qinxiang's abilities and understood him even more. Qinxiang's face became extremely cold, and his entire face was filled with killing intent. Divine devil cult was someone very close to him, and he definitely could not forgive this divine devil cult. Of course, even if you were to explain it to Yulan and Xianxian, they would not blame you, but I think that such a thing would require you to explain it to them personally. Let's first get rid of the divine devil cult, then talk about it. Exterminate the divine devil cult here. The divine devil cult is too strong. It is already not bad to be able to repel the experts they have brought here with them. If we are to completely eradicate the divine devil cult, we will have to pay a huge price, and the Fire Divine Palace is also eyeing us covetously. We cannot afford to waste time. As long as the other party did not have any Immortal King level rankers, Qinxiang was confident that he would be able to get rid of Divine Devil Cult. In his opinion, Divine Devil Cult was not like the Fire Divine Palace, who could rope in many strong forces to join them. Moreover, the disciples of the Divine Devil Cult were all cultivating in the Divine Spirit or Demon Sect, so they knew how to use some of their abilities. This increased the power of their individual combat, so right now the Divine Devil Cult was not too big in the sky of the Emperor Realm, and there was no need for it. It would only be destroyed because the Divine Devil Cult was a place that specializes in the killing of talents, and there were few talents in every force, so they had to do it secretly. He's coming. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Indeed, they are people with powerful divine soul, although they are a bit weaker than you and me, but their cultivation in the devil way is actually very strong. They should have been devil cultivator-s early on, and their power in the devil way can't be ignored later on when they cultivate in the divine way. Qinxiang immediately said to Pan Yinlan, "Since they are here, you can go and see them. I will hide behind your back, and if a huge battle occurs outside, it will not affect the icy wind valley." Qinxiang immediately said to Pan Yinlan, "Since they are here, you can go and see them. I will hide behind your back, and if a huge battle occurs outside, it will not affect the icy wind valley." Pan Yinlan nodded. "I will immediately send the order to seal off the entire icy wind valley and activate the strongest defensive formation. Furthermore, no disciples are allowed to come out, regardless of what happens outside." Until now, Pan Yinlan could only choose to believe in Qinxiang, believing that he could solve the problem that had been bothering her for a long time. After Pan Yinlan settled the matters with the icy wind valley, he flew out of the icy wind valley. Qinxiang hid himself and secretly followed behind her. "Elder Pan, the cultivation method you use to cultivate divine soul is harmful to you. It consumes a large amount of your lifespan, so when you see me, you become like that. As long as I follow the instructions, I can extend my lifespan a little. It's just that the method is too cruel and inhumane, so I could only let things take their course, but I never thought that the moment you arrived, you would be able to solve so many difficult problems." Pan Yinlan sincerely admired Qinxiang from the bottom of his heart. "After this, I'll give you a cultivation technique that trains in the divine way. Don't use the original cultivation technique," Qinxiang said. Pan Yunlan would definitely ascend to Heaven Realm in the future. At that time, he would continue to be with Lu Menger and the others at the top, and would be of great help to them. Therefore, he would definitely be of great help to her. Pan Yunlan gently landed on the snow, and gently stepped forward in the snow. Her black hair that was full of vitality danced in the wind, and her entire body, which was dressed in a green cheongsam, radiated vitality, made her look especially beautiful in the snow that was filled with death. Her beautiful and cold face was filled with seriousness, as she stared fixedly at the two figures that slowly landed in front of her. There were two people sent by divine devil cult, one old and one young. The old one had a child's face and crane hair, and was dressed in a white robe, looking like a master, while the young man beside him was a handsome young man. Although his face looked young and tender, his eyes gave off a sense of danger. When they saw Pan Yunlan become so young and his life force become so vigorous, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. It was because they knew that Pan Yunlan did not have much longevity left, so he should not be like this. Pan Yunlan, what exactly happened to you? We felt your imprint disappear, and you dropped it. The old man said in a cold voice, his face still angry. His body was exuding a demonic aura, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. I didn't expect you to look so young and have such an interesting appearance. There are a lot of women around me, but they all seem to be trash now. Come back with us. We'll brand you with a new brand. The young man had a devilish smile on his face. His eyes that were filled with L-U-S-T were burning hot, as if he could burn Pan Yunlan to ashes. After eating the longevity fruit, Pan Yunlan had regained his youthful appearance, but he was extremely charming and charming. Many men had no resistance towards this kind of woman. Pan Yunlan shouted coldly, "Impudent! Just you, a demon brat, appearing in front of me, caused me to feel like my eyes were dirty. Impudent! How dare you insult the son of our vice sect leader, U.S.L.U.T.?" The old man suddenly attacked and ruthlessly struck towards Pan Yunlan's jade face. "Old turtle, don't touch a beauty's face with your hands." Chun Xiang suddenly appeared, holding the Devil Emperor dagger in her hand. She slashed across like lightning, releasing a burst of powerful demonic energy that enveloped the sky, causing people to tremble, the wind to change color. The old man's arm was cut off by Chun Xiang's dagger from the elbow. Blood spurted out and dyed the snow red. "Don't even think about touching her with your dirty hands. You've tortured her enough." Chun Xiang's voice was ice cold and filled with overflowing anger. The dagger in his hand glowed with red light, and with a roar of demonic chi, he slashed fiercely, cutting off the hand that the old man was using to attack him. This is the heaven's end demon weapon. Both of his hands were broken, his chi flowing. He anxiously sealed his blood vessels. But following that, Chun Xiang's berserk palm strike seemed to be inflating his body, causing blood to gush out from his severed hands. All of these happened too fast. Even Pan Yunlan did not expect Chun Xiang to appear so quickly, and his attacks were sharp and ferocious. In just a few blinks, he had cut off both of the old man's hands. "Don't be so arrogant." The youth was not weak. He was even stronger than the old man. He let out a cold roar and swung his fist, releasing a dense black, demonic aura. Seeing the fists coming towards him, Chun Xiang immediately waved his fists towards it. "You should not be so arrogant." Chun Xiang's fist condensed the immense power of his fleshly body, and after breaking apart the ball of black energy, the devil-suppressing holy power immediately surged out, directly purifying the terrifying devil energy released by the youth. Lastly, it was the bone-dissolving power transformed from the innate chi, which pierced through the youth's entire arm and completely melted away the bones within. The youth's arm, which had lost all its bones, instantly drooped. His handsome face was filled with shock and anger. The power of the bone-melting magic palm. You actually know the bone-melting magic palm. There weren't many people who understood bone-melting magic palm, but there were quite a few who knew about it. Every time Chun Xiang used it, he would hear the same words. "Old fellow, don't even think of touching him." When Pan Yanlon saw that the old man who had lost both his arms was going to use a spell to sneak attack Qin Xiang, he immediately stabbed his sword into the old man's dantian. With a wave of his jade palm, the palm images flew in all directions and struck the old man's body. "Elder Pan, don't kill him. Let his dog life be. I have a use for it." Qin Xiang anxiously warned as he dodged to the side to avoid the young man's spear stabbing at him. "Who the hell are you? Coming to my divine devil cult. You will definitely be treated as a distinguished guest who knows the devil Tao divine arts of the bone-melting magic palm. Let your father go. Your father doesn't care." Qin Xiang took a step forward, traveled through S.P. A.C., and arrived beside the young man. Clenching his dagger tightly, he gathered his strength and pierced towards the youth's waist. Ah! The youth suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was extremely terrifying. After Qin Xiang used the dagger to pierce through the youth's waist, his hand also sunk into the wound, breaking the dantian that was filled with demonic energy. "I won't kill you. I'll keep you guys here to slowly play." Qin Xiang took out a square cauldron and placed the two fellows inside, suppressing them. Pan Yunlan let out a long sigh, looking at Qin Xiang with gratitude. She never thought that Qin Xiang would be so angry because of her bullying.